Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the General Issues Committee meeting of May 21st, 2025. We have quorum. Joining me in council chambers, Councillor Ted McMeekin, Councillor Mike Spadafora, Councillor Esther Pauls, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Matt Francis, Councillor Jeff Beattie, Councillor Cameron Kretsch, and Councillor Brad Clark. Joining me online, Councillor Mark Taddison and Mayor Andrea Horvath. Please, if you are joining us here in the chamber, if you have a mobile device, if you could please turn it to a non-audible function so that our meetings run as smoothly as possible, if that's possible with me in the chair. Calling the meeting to order, we have quorum. You'll notice on your agenda that there are a number of items coincidentally related to small business, which is the heart and soul of this community in terms of serving families, feeding families, making our commercial areas vibrant. And to that end, I'd like to recognize right now Director Schlehan to say a few remarks with respect to what's today.
Thank you, Chair. Norm Schlehan, Director, Economic Development. It's one of those mixed emotion speeches, but I am announcing today that Judy Lamb will be retiring on May 31st, 2025. Over the past 13 years, Judy has literally delivered transformational work in her leadership roles within the commercial districts and small business section of the Economic Development Division. Some of her very impressive career highlights include the oversight and development of 5 community improvement plans, tax programs that have leveraged $24 in private sector investment for every dollar rebated under tax increment grant programs. She had oversight of the ERASE program, which has remediated over 206 acres of contaminated land and created over 3,500 new residential units and almost 2 million square feet of industrial, commercial, institutional floor area throughout the city of Hamilton. She's also provided oversight to almost 1,800 grants, the majority of them within BIAs to support small businesses and developments through incentives to improve facades, cleaning up graffiti, adding art murals, and supporting heritage and remediating contaminated lands. She also took over the administration of the temporary on-street patio program and approved 112 on-street patios since inception, and in addition has processed 217 patios on municipal property and 396 patios on private property, a total of almost 700 patios. Her work has also been recognized with many awards over the years, including a Brownie Award from the Canadian Brownfields Network in 2018 for the best overall project for the ERASE Community Improvement Plan, and a 2024 Plan Ontario Vision Award of Excellence for the 2023 ERASE Community Improvement Plan. But her crowning achievement was in the fall of 2024 when Judy received the recognition of Brownfield of the Year by the Canadian Brownfields Network for the advancement of brownfields programs and redevelopment within the City of Hamilton. Judy is always willing to step up into challenging situations, provide strategic advice, answer a lot of late-night emails, and often provides her colleagues with fresh-baked goodies that she stayed up half the night preparing. In fact, for her retirement get-together yesterday, she actually baked the cake for her own retirement party. And there's still some left on the 7th floor if you're interested. While Judy's career accomplishments are many, perhaps the most impressive quality about Judy is how much she truly cares about her team and people she works with at the City of Hamilton. You can see many of them here in the gallery today. And Judy, this feeling is certainly reciprocated by everyone. You will truly be missed, Judy, and thank you very much, and all best wishes in your retirement.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have the pleasure of sitting on the BIA coordinating committee, and I know those individuals who lead those important associations also were singing Judy's praises and thanking her for her service. So on their behalf, thank you. And what floor was that cake on? 7th floor. Okay, note to self, 7th floor. Thank you very much, Norm. Elsie McRae, can you advise of any changes included in the addendum?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, there is 1 added delegation, 2 added pieces of correspondence for 8.6, 14 added pieces for 8.7. There are 2 added notice of motions, 1 added private and confidential item. All items listed as to be distributed have been added. Item 8.9 Appendix A has been revised, and item 7.6 Appendix D has been added.
Thank you very much. I would also like to move an amendment to the agenda, which would see our staff provide a very brief verbal update on Bill 17, which, as my colleagues know, is the Protect Ontario by Building Faster and Smarter Act 2025, and maybe just a quick early day assessment of the impacts at the conclusion of the items for consideration. If that meets your fancy, a mover and a seconder, Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Show of hands, please. Thank you. That is carried. I'd also like to recognize our Mayor, Andrea Horvath. It's really good to see you, Mayor Horvath. I see you have your outfit is, you have an addition to your outfit, but it's nice to see you on screen. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. On behalf of all your councillor colleagues, we have been sending you our best wishes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. May I say one quick thank you to yourself, Councillor Spadafora, Councillor Kretsch. I know that a number of councillors have been stepping up to, participate in a number of community events and represent the city on behalf of the mayor. And I just want to say how happy I am to know that that folks pull together at times like this to help out a colleague, and I'm forever grateful and hope to be able to be there in person as soon as I possibly can. Thank you all so very, very much. I believe it or not, I miss you all very much. So thanks for everything you're doing. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Councillor McMeekin? Did you have a word to say? Oh, just waving. Okay, thank you. On that note, Mayor Horvath, I know I speak for Councillor Spadafora. It has been an absolute delight representing you at these community functions where we have the honor and the privilege of seeing, feeling, hearing the amazing diversity in our community and the responsibility that we all hold in holding this community together and recognizing its strength resides in those very people who we're enjoying the company of. So thank you. Okay, the agenda has been moved. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none. The minutes of April the 30th, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Kretsch or Councillor Taddison. Did you wish to speak to the minutes?
I just wanted to say that I'm going to be leaving closer to 10:30 to attend a funeral in my community.
Okay, thank you for letting us know, and I know we will hope and send good wishes for the funeral attendees and those who are mourning.
And thank you. And if you can let me know if we have enough people for the meeting to carry on at that time, please.
We'll be fine. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay, those minutes of April 30th have been duly moved and seconded. Please show of hands. Carried. Delegates. We're on to the delegations. Before we begin, two members were reminded that we can only ask questions of the delegates for clarification, and it's not a forum for debate at that point. To our delegates, you have 5 minutes to complete your delegation. You will hear a tone at the 4-minute mark, just letting you know you have 1 more minute. So I'd like to welcome 6.1, Madeline Ann Lothian Smith, respecting an unauthorized structure on the escarpment trail. Good morning.
You can call me Mandy. Esteemed members of the General Issues Committee, Madam Chair, and Your Honor, by way of introduction, I'm going to talk about when I first came to Canada with my family. My father pulled me aside when I was very young, and he explained to me that in all honesty, we could never really own land in Canada. And that's because we're on borrowed land. We're stewards. The people of Turtle Island own this property. And for that, we have to respect Mother Nature and everyone else that's involved in it. That philosophy, if you will, was imbued in my subsequent career as an executive in a couple of large Canadian firms, and subsequently in the last 10 years where I was duly noted and involved with the outstanding Brenda Duke and her Beautiful Alleys team. And in that capacity, one of the responsibilities that I took upon myself was to get out in the alleys and the trails and check for safety issues. Maybe there was too much garbage. Maybe there were things that kids and dogs and stuff really shouldn't be there. And I would duly report this back to my counselor. And one day, I happened to be walking around. I took myself up to the Bruce Trail. And you may say, what's that got to do with Beautiful Alleys? Well, it's very simple. See, 445,000 people go through the Bruce Trail every year. And I think it behooves us to take a look. In this particular case, it's rather unique, you see, because I got like the Escarpment Rail Trail. And that's a branch of the Bruce Trail, which is a branch of the Niagara Biosphere, the Niagara UNESCO Biosphere. And that is a very precious appellation. We have a crown jewel right in our midst. You see, a UNESCO biosphere is in recognition of well-managed ecology and ecological diversity, and we have it here. So you can imagine my embarrassment when I walked through that trail and came across garbage literally as far as I could see. Furthermore, when I got a little bit further, I was shocked to see a structure that was literally the size of a basketball court. There were ramps going up to it, fell down trees. The barricades, by the way, had been knocked down. And, basically the message was that this is open for business and you had best get the heck out of here. So I did. I went back to my counselor, I sent notes, and then I started contacting people locally, quite a few actually. And during the course of that, I was trying to minimize the exposure. The reason I did that was because I didn't want it to hit the national news. Desecrating a UNESCO biosphere is not a good look. So on that basis, I started knocking on doors and visiting people and sending texts and so on and so forth. And after about a month of this, I wasn't getting anywhere. So that leads me to conclude that I have the cooties. Either that or something's going on. But it took care of itself. Beautiful Alleys happened. Volunteers from everywhere got together and took out garbage and detritus by the tonnage. Immediately followed by Narinder Nant's team literally taking out tons and tons of stuff, and God bless them all. But total kudos to our public works people, because these folks don't stop until it's done. Okay, they were brilliant. So, problem solved, right? We're done. Let's go home. Not a chance. The thing is that there are already rumors on the street that there's at least another superstructure out there. I'm not divulging any confidences, I'm just saying what I hear. And I think it would be unrealistic to assume that this type of issue isn't going to happen again. So, I'm going to give you some homework. The first thing I'm going to ask you to do as an individual is ask yourself how comfortable you feel about bringing you and yours into our alleys and into our trails. It's a personal question. It's a city, I admit, but how comfortable do you feel? The second question I have for you is, what are you prepared to do? What is your vision? What does success look like to you? And the third question I have for you is, what commitment are you prepared to make as an individual in order to make sure that safety, security, and the enjoyment of all happens? My name is Mandy Smith, and I'm here to serve you. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Mandy. Any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thank you for taking the time to be with us this morning.
Thank you, Madam.
It's moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor McMeekin to receive that delegation. Show of hands, please. Thank you very much. 6.2, Jennifer Hompoth, New Vision United Church, Respecting Report PED 25142 grant for the Centenary Methodist Church to establish a mid-sized performance venue at 24 Main Street East. Delegate Hompoth, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Council, I want to also thank everyone who's come out from the community, from both New Vision Church. So anything that reads Centenary United Methodist, that's what we were called in 1868. I'll be referring to the property at 24 Main as New Vision United Church. I'd like to also extend my thanks to the staff who've worked tirelessly, and especially Judy, who's coordinated a team right before her retirement to assist us with this project. My name is Jennifer Hompath, and I'm the current chair of New Vision United Church, which is the home of the music hall. We're also home to a thriving and growing downtown congregation. The primary goal of my address to you this morning is to echo the staff's recommendations that the music hall grant be provided to New Vision United Church. So I'm going to speak from my perspective as someone who is the chair and responsible for my congregation. So first of all, we know that the primary goal of the grant is to provide renovations enabling safety and to abate existing structural issues. This happens when you have an old building, one from 1868 that predates Confederation. We feel that we have a really important responsibility to the community as people who now, more than 100 years in, are holding this property. Now, I'm not coming to you cap in hand to say, please save a flagging old building with municipal funds. In fact, the budget of the church was actually balanced last year. What we are asking for is something that will allow the municipality, the stakeholders, which are the community members, the city, the church, the music hall, to experience a win-win in many ways. So let me just speak to this really briefly in a high-level way. And if you have any questions, I'm really happy to answer them. So one, we know what adaptive reuse of a heritage building looks like. This has been standing since 1868, and we are currently using it in a way that is going to enable us to go into the next 100 years. The United Church of Canada is celebrating its 100th anniversary this year, in this June. And so we hold within our community services such as Pride services every year. We also have, as part of the music hall, held the Canadian Country Music Awards, which have brought in approximately $11.2 million to downtown Hamilton. We know what taking an old building and the risks of being downtown, we know what that feels like, and we're good at it. We don't see an opposition between, downtown revitalization and our growth, because we know the people who are around our building. And we know the people, the 80% of the venue guests will be coming from outside. They'll be coming from your wards and from other cities. Two, I've already spoken a little bit to this, but this is sustainable development. So I'm committed as chair of my church to continue to be a hub for many equity-deserving groups while fitting into the needs of the city, which is to have a mid-sized music venue. So for those of you who might be wondering, there's been a shuttering of smaller venues. There's many 500-seater venues. There's some larger venues, but 1,000-person is really a sweet spot. And since there's not likely to be any capital funding anytime soon to build a new 1,000-person venue, we really feel that this is 4 minutes. Okay, downtown revitalization. So we've already been showing a very strong track record of contributing to arts and culture, community and social services in the downtown core. But we also want to commend to you that this is not just our ask. This is something that fits already into Hamilton's strategic plan that's been recommended by your staff. And we're willingness to participate with the city to continue providing access to art, entertainment, and culture for people across the city in ways that align with our values. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Delegate Hompath. We have some questions of you. You could just stay put. Recognizing Councillor Jackson.
Thank you and good morning, Deputy Mayor Maureen Wilson, and thank you, Chair Humpath, for your delegation this morning. Just a few questions, and I may have similar questions to staff when we get to the report, Deputy Mayor. So, very noble initiative. I know that council, and I was part of the direction, I think a year, maybe 2 years ago now during this term, to reach this point. So, the $900,000 that's before us today, is that the maximum amount that New Vision will be asking of the city, or could there possibly be another ask down the road? Through you, Deputy Mayor, please.
Through the chair. So in the report, there is a clear statement that the 900,000 is a maximum ask. Specifically for this phase of the project, we do not envision having any additional costs or to be requesting that from the city. Of course, along the way, if there are other issues or any other parts of the project that we would like to be considered in the same way that other merit-based applicants would be, for example, open calls for heritage funding.
Okay, thank you for that. Follow-up question. So we won't, you'll own the building. We won't own any part of it. However, if this gets approved and ratified next week at council, typically when we support different organizations, social, recreational, cultural, we try to get some allotted time set aside for the municipality. Can you tell me, how do you envision that possibly, Jennifer, working out down the road? Through you, Deputy Mayor, if you get the gist of what I'm trying to ask, please.
So part of what the actual final text of this report was done in really close collaboration with some of the councillor offices, and so we've committed to this being a community cultural hub. And in the actual report, it states that there is going to be minimal or low cost availability to the city to run particular programs. Specifically, the music hall portion, so the large 1,000 seater space will be with conditions, but the rest of the building, you know, we're happy to collaborate with the city to make sure that we're meeting the needs of everyone here.
Thanks for the sincerity of your answers, Jennifer. That's it for me at this time, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair. And just a couple of questions for the delegate. I believe she had mentioned earlier on that there was a congregation that is on site. Can you advise me how many people are in the congregation now? I know it's dwindled over the years, but what's the current number?
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, our congregation has grown, I would say, approximately 300% in the last 2 years. So we are growing, and a lot of that growth has happened in the last year, COVID notwithstanding. I think that our average attendance is approximately between 70 and 85 people, with approximately 300 people on the membership roster. So.
Thank you. That is an improvement from 50, so well done there. I did take a tour, Chair, of the building. This was a couple years back. I think a number of us did. I was advised that there was a number of fire code issues that needed to be rectified before the space could be used for a music hall. Can you tell me the status of those code violations or improvements that were necessary?
Yes, actually, we have been working tirelessly together with the fire department and a very dedicated member of our trustee, Helen, who's here. If you need additional questions, but they've all been addressed. Yeah, every single thing has been addressed.
And is the $900,000 paying for any of those improvements?
No, we're not asking for any, so it's up to code now. The $900,000 is purely for the abatement of environmental hazards and floor stabilization and safety features. Yeah.
Now, if I recall, the last time there was mention of $3 million that would be needed in the future. Can you give me the status on that? It was the $900 or $1 million, but that there was still a need for $3 million. So who's paying for that $3 million?
So what I want to tell council is that this project is phased. And so up till now, we've been able to run small and mid-sized events. That's met some needs. In order to scale it up for something like the Junos, which we have tentatively slated for March of next year, we require a capacity of about 1,000 people. So the 900,000 would enable us to put in the first tranche of the money to start the phased work now in order to allow larger groups. The $3 million is a total package, which is envisioned to make this initiative run at a level of something like a more professional music hall. And we've already put in, some irons in the fire with things like local foundations. And we're also anticipating that when the city disperses the 900,000 for just the basics, that will open up the doors. We're committed to applying to the province and to other cultural grants at the federal level.
So if I may ask, what's the contingency if you're not successful in raising the $3 million? What happens?
So I want to say that failure is not an option. We've ripped out all the pews. So this is a space where it's already been converted into a multi-purpose event space. We've committed to this, and because of actually those structural changes, that's actually what's made us subject to different parts of the Ontario Building Code. If we had all our pews in there, we wouldn't be having to do this work. But because we're committed to a larger event venue and to the project itself, we're going to make it work. We have, I think, renewed some relationships with private sponsors, with different artist groups to help us advocate, and with the very skilled Music Hall Alliance team, and together with the church, we're convinced that our business plan is viable.
Last question. Have you, don't speak well this morning, have you or your group provided the information to staff as to what that $3 million would be paying for in the future?
Yes, there's a completely broken down and phased business plan that's been provided to staff. And so we've worked, I think the reason why we have this project, we're commending the staff for this recommendation because they've worked very, very closely with members of the Music Hall Alliance.
Thank you, Chair. Those are all my questions.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks, and I just wanted to ask two questions. One about how you envision this being a multi-purpose hub that serves equity-serving communities. I want to just draw attention to folks who don't know, this motion regarding that started in 2019. Was brought forward by Councillor Nan, who's not here. And part of fulfilling this mandate is also finding a space for those groups to operate and to gain access to space. We know the community space is a challenge downtown. Can you speak a bit more about how this will eventually also help to serve those communities? And I have a second question for you.
Yeah, sure. So very quickly, it's already in the business plan. It's currently understood that as a community hub, we're committed to the provision of space for music and arts programs that serve equity-deserving communities. However, the space is much larger than just the large venue. We will continue to have, I think that what this will allow us to do is to really come together and think of this as a community hub and arts and culture venue. And so one of the things that we've done is specifically directed the staff of the music hall currently to develop a lens and a reduced cost access and low barrier way of actually booking space. So that's just like right now, we've just said, you have a target, 10% of all your bookings have to be charitable to nonprofit or smaller organizations, and you have to be paying attention to which groups you're giving this to. So we've given them a very concrete, measurable way of determining this. Secondly, what I actually hope to work towards is a more robust lens. How do we see this venue as a cultural hub? How do we do all of our bookings rather than just a cost recovery model? How do we do this with a sense of reaching out deliberately to communities that we may not know? So for example, Erin Myrie, who's the chair of ACCA, is on our board, is a member of Music Hall Alliance. We've reached out to her to say, hey, could you please let people know through ACCA and through your networks that we are available as a meeting space to book cultural events. So these are examples of ways that we want to just get the wheels rolling on doing some really meaningful community engagement. And we're happy to work with council to ask, what groups in your communities are finding that they need a hub, who wants a performance space that's accessible in the downtown, and how can we make that happen?
Thanks, I appreciate that. I think it's almost 70% of all the transit routes go through Ward 2 and end up at the McNabb Street Terminal, most of them. And so this being right next to the McNabb Street Terminal makes it a place that everyone in the city can use, which is why I'm glad you said that thing at the end there. My second question for you is just really more a boring question, but the way I read the report here, and I've talked and I've been talking to staff about this for a while as it's a Ward 2 asset. There's two different phases here. Phase 1 has a total capital required of $1.12 million, and there's different things that are happening there, and $900,000 will contribute to that phase. And if I understand it correctly, what you're saying is, great, that will make it so that the 1,000-person music hall space, that central space, if you haven't been to it, it's a large central space, will be usable for events, right? And there's going to be modifications made so that people can use for the events, potentially also the Junos next year. And then the second phase will help with the rest of the fabric of the building, which is much larger than that, including the downstairs area, and then trying to make sure that there's new washrooms, other kinds of things are added to those spaces as well to make them accessible. There'll be a new elevator installed, those kinds of things. So those are coming in phase 2, and that's where you're going to be applying to other levels of government through heritage grants, other kinds of things to make this space accessible. Do I have that right?
That's correct. The second phase would involve things like HVAC, air conditioning, those types of more internal improvements. Right now we're looking, the building envelope is stable. We've done all of the fire remediation work. We just need to work so that people can enter at a larger number of guests can enter. And it's really that we need to start this now. We need to start the floor remediation now so that we can get the larger numbers in that will have that impact on the city.
Okay, thanks very much. I appreciate your answers.
Thanks.
Councillor McMeekin, followed by, we have a second-time speaker. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor, and thanks, Jennifer, for coming out and sharing your vision. I've all the confidence in the world that the mechanical stuff that you've been talking about, the infrastructure of the building, the pieces coming together, will work. I have a couple of questions around the vision itself. The church has a stellar reputation for mission outreach work in the core, and which I'm quite familiar with. As you move your focus into other really exciting areas, have you anticipated what impact that may have on your outreach work and the maintenance of that outreach work?
So first of all, we are only on board with this project because at this point, we've had a relationship where it does align with our ethical principles. And I think that we've always been good, you're right, at harnessing the energy and meeting needs of folks. We are now in a place where we are trying to figure out ways that 1,000-person auditorium or worship space that is no longer needed in this day and age can serve people. So this is about our adaptive reuse. I think there's always a rub when it comes to, or perhaps it's a false dichotomy that arts and culture and community service and equity can't work together. I think that we can do this really well if we continue to have the support of council so that we can do the visioning stuff that we do really well. The Music Hall Alliance can do the venue operation in a way that is guided and working really closely with our own governance structure. So we have, for example, 2 members of that are ex officio that sit on the Music Hall Alliance, and we're really working together on things like like an equity or an anti-hate statement. We're working on things like, well, how do we get food into the kitchen to do a community event while there's also a big event going on, right? So I think that if we're flexible and relational in these ways, and we establish norms and protocols and policies that work, that we can really protect that importance of community work. Yeah.
I appreciate your answer, and I'm particularly appreciative of the connectedness. I agree entirely that there is a link between cultural and any set of other values that are currently there. So I appreciate that. This is a substantial alteration, obviously, in the form and style of your ministry. The United Church has a special fund for projects where churches want to go in a new direction. Have you been able to access any support there and or fiscal support in support of the work you want to do?
Yeah, thank you for that. So the United Church of Canada has significant investments available to us as a congregation for things like capital, and currently we have an $850,000 loan, part of which is a loan portion, part of it is a grant portion, to actually do this particular phase of the work. So we have accessed that, and we're at a point where they're asking us to bring in other partners. So I think this is really like a make or break point where we need the city to come in so that we can unlock those additional funds from other levels of government, but also the United Church of Canada, which itself, I think, is the largest. It's the second largest denomination in Canada and one of the largest landlords. So they're trying to figure out what to do with land. We expect that as we commit to staying, that other congregations that just decide to close their doors, that will provide. We're making a different choice here. We're making a choice to pivot and to be relevant.
Hence the idea of the collaborative hub with many partners.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that, and good luck.
Thank you.
Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm just wondering, have you ever thought maybe a partnership with the city where we lend you the money, and then because you will be having concerts, you will have a lot of stakeholders, and I'm sure there'll be a charge to use the concert. And in the future, when there is a revenue, you could pay back the city. And the reason I'm saying there's a lot of people right now struggling with our taxes. People are struggling to pay bills. And I just was wondering if you ever or thought of a partnership. I know we do that with other things. I think of the arena up on the mountain. There was a partnership where we lend the money, and when they were ready, they paid us back. It's just, and talking about churches, I know there's churches on the mountain that are growing, they're expanding, 25 million expansion. They have thousands of people to go to that church. So I just wondering if that was ever discussed.
So, Councillor Pauls, what I would say is I absolutely appreciate you speaking on behalf of the taxpayer with less in their pocket. 2 points. I would say that I'm here to recommend a report that's been created by your own city staff, and I believe that the budgeted amount is already within the municipal budget, so we're not stretching anyone beyond what's already there. The second thing is that this has been investments like this have precedent. For example, the Ancaster Memorial and Music Hall, which received approximately $4.4 million from a municipality in 2012. So that's 2012 dollars, $4.4 million. I'm coming here as a head of a church, but I'm not coming here to ask you to save my church. I'm coming here because it's a business plan that already works for the city. If I wanted to only save my church, I would say, we don't need this $900,000 because our budget was balanced last year. To bring more people in, That would bring in the $11 million from the CCMA or the $12 million to the Junos to have the economic impact on the downtown BIA. So that's not to benefit us. That's actually to broadly benefit the city. So.
Oh, I appreciate that, but like I say, in the future, you will be having, you said you would rent it for anybody. You will charge. I'm not saying you're taking the money or anything. I'm just saying it's something that will not fail because it sounds great. There's a concert next to a concert hall for 1,000 people. So that's what I'm saying, that maybe a better route would be if we could lend you the money, but that we'll ask questions to the staff, and and there was something that you said that when Councillor Jackson asked you, are you only asking for 900,000? And you said yes, but if other calls, we might, and that kind of. It was a little bit hesitant.
So I would say that I'm going to defer that answer to staff because it's in the report. I believe it's in one of the addendums, and it's on the first page. So it actually lays out clearly the conditions of the grant and the conditions of the restrictions. Okay. So, yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor Horvath.
Do I turn around?
Yes, thanks very much. I won't be long. I was just going to ask about a comment that was made about how the church is transforming, how the United Church has a great deal of property around the country, and whether you're aware of other models where this, or other locations where this kind of model is already in place in terms of the event, the transformation to event space, as well as maintaining space for worship, but also space for community engagement, community development work, community outreach work. Are there other examples that you're aware of where this kind of transformation has occurred and is successful?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Through the chair, the best example that I can think of would be Trinity St. Paul's on Bloor Street in Toronto. They are the home to Taffel Music Orchestra, and so Taffel Music is their resident chamber group, and they also have what is a community hub. They also receive municipal funding for that, and they have an active congregation on Sundays. Other properties that are owned by the United Church, you may be surprised to know, is that Trinity leases space to the Eaton Center, for example, which is a very different turn and a very different type of model. In Winnipeg, there's also there's a couple of churches. In Montreal, there are a couple of churches that do music and community work. We would be the first of our kind in Hamilton, and I think that where we're situated and given the gap in the city for this type of cultural infrastructure, we would be pioneering something in our city that has a successful track record in other municipalities.
Thanks very much. I raised this because I, in fact, had the pleasure of attending one of these transformed churches, if you will, in Montreal, and Deputy Mayor Wilson was there as well as a number of staff people, and it was very successful, and it was quite vibrant, and it was very impressive. And I can say that the collective we as a community can pull that off here in Hamilton, it really would be a gem. It certainly was quite impressive in terms of what I saw in Montreal, and I know it can be done, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to have that kind of asset, if you will, in our community as well. So thanks very much for your presentation.
Are there any first-time speakers remaining? Seeing none, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Just trying to have a really good understanding as to who owns what.
Okay.
So is the entire building, including the hall, owned by the United Church?
That's correct.
And is it the intention that that's going to continue in that manner?
That's correct.
Thank you. And I understand the layout for the $900,000. You talked about getting that hall open for some of these larger events that are coming. But when I'm reading the capital required, there's $635,000 required for an electrical service upgrade, which you would need to hold anything on that stage, because you need the lighting and you need the power for all the equipment. And then you've got an elevator that needs to, so you're really almost needing $2 million. So do you have the other $1 million somewhere?
Helen, may I ask you to come up and answer the specs about the next phase? So
If you can just, please come on down. I'm just needing some procedural requirements. We're
sorry.
governed by.
through the chair.
We have allowances of delegates that must receive the support of this committee in order to join us and delegate. And then if we're adding to that, I just need some clarification from Elsie McRae.
Through the Deputy Mayor, to answer questions, that isn't an issue.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Helen, is it? Please join Delegate Hompath.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Could you please repeat your question,
Absolutely.
Councillor?
So I understand where the 1,900,000 from the city is going to deal with a number of issues that are safety issues, building code issues, fire code issues, all of that kind of thing. But then in the report, it also talks about the need for ventilation electrical service upgrade of $635,000, and then a new elevator. Both of those would be needed, one would think, before you start booking any larger events, because they would need the electricity and they need to have the facility accessible. So where are you getting that money? 900,000 from the city? What's happening? Where are you planning on raising that money?
Through the chair, so first, we have already met the needs of the fire code compliance. In fact, I had a walkthrough inspection with the fire safety officer a few weeks ago, and so we're all good there. We do have adequate electrical power available to do the larger groups and so on, and we have sound and lighting equipment that our current system can manage. It's more into the future where we have to deal with the HVAC and the elevator that would require that power upgrade first.
Can you speak to the elevator accessibility?
The elevator that we now have actually is quite functional. It's the first church elevator that was put into a church in Canada, which is kind of interesting, but it is still working. We do need of course, larger elevator, which would make it feasible for the acts to bring their equipment upstairs to the auditorium without walking it up the stairs, essentially. So there is the plan to include, a larger elevator that is adequate for service as well as people.
So if I recall, the current elevator has only room for a wheelchair.
Yes.
Okay. So
or a couple of people.
Again, the question still stands. It says right in this report, electrical service upgrade, $635,000 and $486 for the elevator. Where are you getting that money? Because one would think you would need that to start booking Junos and country music, et cetera, et cetera.
So that is something we will address with the fundraising that Jennifer referred to, and both at the provincial and federal level. This is the first step. This is where what we have to get accomplished before we can go anywhere else,
So what I would say is the $900,000, which includes only the floor and the floor of the asbestos, the basic safety issues, that's our minimum viable product. The other issues, like an elevator, we are functioning with what we have currently. So the CCMAs are coming on June 1st. The Junos are slated to be booked. However, we need to improve these facilities, and we'll do that when we can. We anticipate that it'll be easy to access funding for things like accessibility with elevators. We can do that in a different block than this current ask.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Helen, thank you for joining us. Just for the public record, would you mind reading, if you're able to, your second name so that we can have record of it? Thank you.
Yes, certainly. My name is Helen Bradley.
Thank you very much for joining us and providing us with the answers.
My pleasure.
There are no further questions. Thank you, Delegate Hompath. Okay, moved by Councillor Kretsch and seconded by Councillor Beattie to receive the delegation, please. A show of hands. Thank you, that's carried. Next, 6.3, James Kemp, respecting report HSC 25021, incorporating universal design into Hamilton community housing. I understand this is a virtual delegation. Elsie McRae, is Delegate Kemp available?
To the Deputy Mayor, Delegate Kemp was struggling with some internet issues this morning. His system is back up and he was trying to join. He just messaged 2 minutes ago, so I was hopeful. I was hopeful he would be with us by now.
Do you have any counsel to provide me? Is this something that we can return to later on in the agenda, or must we, because we're entertaining and deliberating all delegations, wait or move on?
His delegation was respecting item 8.5. We could amend the agenda to move him after the consent items. I believe he does want to speak.
Okay. So it's moved by Councillor Spadafora and seconded by Councillor Pauls that we'll make that slight adjustment. We know we've all been having tech issues this morning, so we want to ensure that we're available. If we can make that adjustment and hopefully connect with Delegate Kemp at that time. Show of hands, please. Oh, do I need a e-vote to amend the agenda? Yes, I do. I'm getting the, if you can vote electronically, and Councillor McMeekin is in the affirmative. Your vote is up now, please.
Sorry, Councillor Chattison, I just can't. Thank you.
Thank you. That carries 12-0. Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. On to item 7, stuff for information. I understand we need to separate items 7.2 and 7.6. If there's no objections from my colleagues, if we could please move to put items 7.1, 7.3, 7.4, and 7.5 on the floor as a group. Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Spadafora, to do just that. So those items 7.1, 7.3, 7.4, and 7.5 are on the floor. Any discussion? I have one. If I could ask Councillor Spadafora kindly to assume the chair as the former deputy.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. My question, please, is in relation to 7.1, the Accessibility Committee for Persons with Disabilities minutes of March the 18th. Within the body of those minutes on item 9.2, which is called consultation with staff about universal designs for those who are deprived of housing, and a tour of shelters, including the Barton Tiffany. I have a question, I think, to GM Mader. In the past, GM Mader, you have counseled us that while this is not housing, these individuals who are on site have a right to privacy. I'm wondering if you could provide us any kind of counsel that we should be considering when we're adopting these minutes, because I'm not sure what to do here. Thank you.
GM Mader.
Through the chair, Grace Mader, General Manager, Healthy and Safe Communities. Through the chair to the councillor. Staff would be more than willing to meet with the group in this case to talk about how we address accessibility issues within the shelter system as a whole, and specifically at Barton Tiffany. We could make an offer about meeting with the operator, Good Shepherd in this case, to talk about that. And we do appreciate the acknowledgement, though, about the respect that we want for the individuals that are being housed in our shelter system across the board. So that would be staff's perspective on this and how we could address their concerns.
Councillor?
Thank you. I am sensitive to that perhaps a member of staff could attend the committee meeting, perhaps with floor plans, the video, and if the committee so wishes to pursue an on-site visit, they could work through staff to see if maybe one time there might be available shelter. I just think we need to be very cautious and sensitive in enabling this and work through staff to do so. So I don't know if we need any formal direction to inform those minutes to that extent. I'll look to the chair for that.
GM Mater, is that direction, or would you like us to do something more official so we can ensure that staff does attend their next meeting?
Through the chair, we will follow up directly. We don't need any further direction. We'll ensure, and we can do a report back.
Councillor, are you okay with that?
I am. And my second question is that this committee has invited the Disability Justice Network to make the tour with them. I'm just wanting to make sure, I don't have any problems with it, but it's within the mandate for them to do that invitation and to exercise it through the chair.
GM Mater?
Through the chair, we'll reach out to them to ensure the inclusion of that group as well.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
We're back to those items for your information. Any other further questions on those? Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor Cretch.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Maureen Wilson. On 9.1, further investigation of the light rail transit systems in neighboring municipalities. I'm all for I think the committee's asking for $1,000 that several of the wonderful volunteers on ACPD can tour other LRT existing transit corridors. I'm just curious, though, and I don't know who to direct this to. General Manager Mater, forgive me for starting with you, but please redirect this elsewhere. Maybe, possibly Director Sheikh may be available. I'm not sure. I'm not here to catch anyone off guard. If nobody has an answer right now, I can take it offline. I'm just curious what their concern is from ACPD with regards to our future LRT, that from a disability standpoint, what their main concern is that they need to tour other existing LRTs to somehow make ours better. I don't need a long answer, but maybe someone can give me a cursory reason why this has come up. Through you, Deputy Mayor, please, if that's possible. And if it's not today, I've caught people off guard, then I can take it offline.
Thank you. And just for clarification, this is back on 7.1, but it is item 9.1 within those minutes. Okay.
Correct. Thank you.
Is there anyone on the bench, if we're not able to speak to this, we don't want to jump to any conclusions, and if not, Councillor Jackson has said he's fine with an offline follow-up. Anyone feel comfortable? Grace Mater, GM Mater, beg your pardon.
Through the chair, we could, when we're doing our follow-up with the group, we could also include that to seek more further clarification for them for follow-up, and we'll circle back and let everyone know as well.
General Manager Mater always raises my comfort level. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Cretch.
I'll look to the clerk for a moment of advice, but I believe I've got a motion with respect to 7.2. I think now is the time I'd want to bring that motion.
So through the Deputy Mayor, items 7.1, 7.3, 7.4, and 7.5 are on the floor.
Look at me. Counting is a fundamental. I appreciate you enumerating that for me.
Sir.
And I will just wait patiently until the time I'm called upon. Thank you.
That was it.
We always appreciate Elsie McRae's stunning excellence, including her numerical functionality. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Surely we can verify with the LRT office or with Metrolinx that the boarding area is going to be completely accessible for wheelchairs. My understanding was that the train was going to come in and your property, your building was right there. It's just like a smooth on and off. Is that not the case?
That's my understanding as well. Acting GM Robichaud, thank you.
Sorry, Steve Robichaud, Acting General Manager, Planning and Economic Development. Yes, the councillor is correct. Both Metrolinx and the City of Hamilton will be working to ensure that it meets or exceeds the AODA compliance requirements. I think this is more to get a better understanding why a proposal to do sort of a tour of other municipalities with LRTs is to see what is working and what it doesn't work from a user's perspective. Not, even though it may be AOD compliant, sometimes there's things that happen afterwards that cause issues, i.e. the location of a waste receptacle. Sometimes it gets located in an area that causes a pinch point or blocking the easy flow. But the design of the station stops themselves is required to be AODA compatible or compliant. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Just wanted to verify. Thank you.
Councillor Tattison.
Hi, yes. In response to Councillor Jackson, I do sit on ACPD, and I just know that there is a long-standing desire to be more for the ACP to have a more collaborative relationship with the city when decisions are being made. Their philosophy, again, many marginalized groups, nothing about us without us. There's just been long-standing issues that sometimes they feel that decisions have been made with consultation as opposed to collaboration. A recent issue with the Fair Assist program and the Presto card access not being accessible for certain people, but buses being accessible. However, so they just want to have their voice heard so that it recognizes their community. And I think that that's the effort behind this is, again, to provide information from the people that are actually, disabled, in wheelchairs, blind, in needing of mobility issues. That's the quest here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. There are no further speakers. If I may also add, on 7.3, we have a resignation from a volunteer. And I know we thank all members of this community who volunteer their time and their talent. And I believe that on behalf of this body, we'll be sending out a note of thanks and appreciation. Is that true, Elsie McCray?
So to the Deputy Mayor, yes, all resignations from advisory committees will now be receiving a thank you letter from the Mayor's office on behalf of the Mayor and all members of Council.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. No further discussion on any of these items. It's been duly moved and seconded. If you can show your hands in support of the receipt. Thank you. That carries. Numerically, we're on 7.2. PW 25032, Heat Response Strategy, Feasibility of Shade and Misting Stations in Priority Areas. Moved by Councillor Kretsch and seconded by Councillor Jackson. To put it on the floor, please. Any discussion? Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks very much, and thanks for this report. Came forward as part of the heat response strategy to talk about having outdoor misting stations to help folks who are adversely impacted by heat. And as we know, of course, the heat is rising year after year in our city. And one of the options inside of this report was for there to be pilot areas for misting stations. And so I'm putting forward a motion, and now I think would be the appropriate time to do so, or when the speaker's list is exhausted, to put in misting stations in some pilot locations, moved by me and seconded by Councillor Clark. And they're coming from ward area rating reserve funds in wards, I believe I have it right, 2, 3, and 4 is where those are coming from right now. And I could, if people are interested, read it right into the record. It's only just the one page, or put it up on the screen because I don't believe it's on the agenda for everyone's reference. So I could at least read out the pertinent information if now is the appropriate time. But I'll wait to find out if it is.
It is so appropriate.
Thank you. Again, don't want to get my numbers wrong or words wrong, so I will just let you know that the installation would happen at the Bonetto Community Center in Ward 2. That the installation would happen also at the Bernie Morelli Recreation Center in Ward 3 and the Pat Quinn Arena in Ward 4. And then if for any reason, there's also a clause here saying that if the locations are deemed unsuitable for misting station, staff will choose the best suited location for a misting station based on chats with the ward councillor, but these have been scoped out right now as being places to put them. And we know, of course, These are also areas where there's urban heat impacts in wards 2, 3, and 4. And so these are areas where we think this will be helpful. Also, for those who don't know, and this was in the report, I believe, the cost of the misting stations are a lot less than the cost of spray pads. This is also an economical way to provide a bit of misting stations. We see these in many cities across North America I've visited. It's pretty common, and it's a good pilot. I think it's something I hope everybody supports. And again, it's seconded by Councillor Clark. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion. It's up on the screen for everyone's consideration. That's okay. Anyone wish to speak to the motion? I don't believe so. Nobody attending virtually wishes to speak to the motion, so it's been duly moved and seconded for your consideration. Electronic vote, please.
Councillor Taddison, are you with us right now?
That carries 11-0. Thank you. Show of hands to receive that item 7.2. Thank you. So carries. We're on to 7.6, which is the 2023 social housing update. It is moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Cretch to put the item on the floor. Please note that if you wish to discuss Appendix C, which is a confidential item, we can defer the item in full until after the closed session. What is the will of this committee? Okay, we'll proceed with keeping it fully in public session without deferring the item. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, it's been duly moved and, did I duly move and second it? Yes, I did.
Yes, and just for committee, that it isn't just to receive the report, it's also to approve that confidential Appendix C remains.
Oh, yes, thank you. Recognizing Councillor Cretch.
Thank you very much. Just briefly, because this report was deferred from previously by myself, I believe, so we could have a little bit more information. And just wanted to flag this is also part of a discussion that Councillor Clark and I are having with staff offline with respect to how we manage rent subsidies, how we manage all the things that the city, whether it be on the provincial government, on behalf of the provincial government or federal government or ourselves, where we fund housing. What are the conditions of that housing? What are the conditions of those shelter spaces, right? So we don't currently have a system in place like we would with public health for a restaurant or something. I'm not suggesting that's exactly comparative, but we don't have a system right now in place where we can accurately, routinely, and sometimes, as Councillor Clark has mentioned before, sometimes on the spot, look at places where we have relationships through housing services, through rent subsidies, or through shelters and other kinds of places. So I really, really appreciate the information in this report, especially also in the confidential appendix. It gives us a baseline to understand, okay, where are these places that the city is providing a rent subsidy for, and then it gives us a chance to see, okay, well, where have there been violations of that? But what it doesn't really tell us sometimes, the information I think we need to have is, what are we proactively doing? How are we looking at these from a more holistic perspective? Because right now, a lot of the concerns are addressed by complaints. Somebody will say, I have an issue with something going on in my unit. I have an issue over here, but there's no systemic way to really address a lot of these things. And so there's obviously a balancing act to this because a lot of the programs are voluntary. And so what we're doing is we're asking people to participate in these programs. And if there are too many restrictions, they may not. So we have to find a way to have both an approach that acknowledges that we're responsible for the living conditions of people who are there, and how that works through bylaws and other kinds of processes, but also that people who are participating in these programs are voluntary. So I just want to thank staff for this detailed report. I know they worked on it quite a bit, so thanks to them, and I think this information will help Councillor Clark and I in having those conversations with staff to bring a motion forward, hopefully, in this term of council. Thank you.
Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Cretch, for your remarks on it. I always struggle with this because I get emails from residents who ostensibly are in our housing. While it's run by other not-for-profits, it's really, we administer the program. And when they report things as being faulty in their unit, and you really can't do anything as a councillor, you refer it to someone, and then they refer it to the organization. And then a week later, I get another email and say nothing was done, and we go around that merry-go-round again and again and again. That's very frustrating. And not to mention the challenges that we've had with residential care facilities and inspections there. So I appreciate this report, and like the good counselor says, we are working on a motion to try and improve the system overall. And then we'll have council debate it. Thank you.
Thank you. As counseled by Elsie McCray, we'll have an electronic vote to receive the report and approve the confidential Appendix C, that it remain confidential. Thank you. Vote is up. Thank you. That carries 11-0. We're on now to items for your consideration. Yes, sorry.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, maybe we could go back to James Kemp.
Oh, yes, thank you very much for that. To my colleagues, we're just returning to a delegate. We approved a shuffle in the agenda, and I see Delegate Kemp has successfully joined us. Good morning. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
You care to proceed with your delegation, please?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Apologize for the confusion. There was a brief internet outage this morning. Good morning, Deputy Mayor and members of the General Issues Committee. Thank you for taking the time to hear from me today. I'm here to discuss HSC 25021, incorporating universal design into community housing. Disability can strike anyone at any time. It is the only minority that anyone can join. We have clear evidence that adapting a space for a person's changing needs over time is far more efficient and cost-effective than trying to move them into a succession of accessible units, as well as better for their health. Universal accessible design, also known by some as accessible ready, is a design philosophy that asks designers to foresee what the space may be needed for in the future. No, we are not asking for all apartments to be made wheelchair accessible. That would be a vast waste of resources. But there are a lot of disabilities that need modifications without wholesale reconstruction. What kind of modifications, you ask? Well, let's begin with one of the most requested modifications, grab bars in the shower. Too often, contractors have to open the wet wall and install strapping to provide adequate mounting points for various grab bar configurations. Another simple modification is using rocker switches instead of the standard switches, as everyone can use them. The switches can all be lowered a few inches as well. This doesn't inconvenience tall ambulatory people, but can make a huge difference to people with various mobility devices. Doorknobs can be replaced by lever door handles, as the round knobs are difficult for many to manipulate, but everyone can use the levers without difficulty. As we explore other options, perhaps we will color contrast the bathroom and kitchen stations to compensate for the vision degradation as we all age. It is our hope that as builders ask themselves what would be needed for the space in the future, they may find other efficiencies. Perhaps they will learn that it is far cheaper to move the shower controls from the center of the bathtub to the outer edge during the initial build process, thereby improving the bathroom experience for all. Maybe they build countertops in a modular fashion to make it easier to adapt in the future. It may be a trifle hopeful, but I know of no other way to do this work. As many of you know, I like to throw in a personal experience or two. Occasionally, my legs lose their stability and I fall flat on my face. It is why I travel in a chair. My apartment has a long hallway connecting all the bedrooms to the rest of the apartment. I applied to have a handrail installed on the wall to help me use the hallway. A contractor came to assess the work and determined that the wall wasn't built to support any weight, and they would have to open the walls to install stiffening rods inside the metal studs and a centerline mounting point. They quoted $1,200 for what should have been a small modification. Had the builders spent a few dollars more in the construction phase, they wouldn't have been an issue. Those stiffening rods don't cost much at all in my experience as a contractor. Suffice it to say, my modifications were denied as being too expensive. I want to take a moment and thank staff from Housing Services and from the Office of the Housing Secretariat for their efforts in preparing this report. I recognize that taking a design philosophy and turning it into a viable municipal policy has had its challenges, which I think they did an admirable job. It was my very first motion back in the fall of 2020 and was rife with errors. I look forward to working with them further and also hope to speak with Housing as Home to discuss it as well. I actually came today to point out a few numbers that arose from this report. Firstly, there is a first report with updated census numbers. It is quoting Hamilton at a 30% disability rate, up from the last census data of 27. I do not know where they got this new information from, but we knew that the numbers had to be higher. The more staggering figure that I must draw attention to is the number of accessible units currently in our inventory at 510 units. That is a staggeringly low number that supports previous delegations regarding available accessible housing and how so many of us are ending up unhoused. There are currently 352 on an active waiting list for accessible units. This is a drastic issue that is only getting worse as we are losing social housing units on an annual basis. I look forward to reading the results of the Hamilton-wide survey of social housing providers, but suspect the numbers will show a similar picture. We need more affordable, deeply affordable, RGI and market rent accessible units across the city, and we need them yesterday. Again, thanks to staff for their excellent work and your time for hearing me today.
Thank you, Delegate Kemp. Thank you for joining us, and very pleased that you were able to connect. Thank you. There are no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're on to, oh yes, a move to receive, moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Francis, to receive the delegate. Raise of hands. Thank you. Items for consideration. 8.1, PED 25098, a donation of monument marking the Global Irish Famine Way in Ward 2. Moved by Councillor Crutch, seconded by myself. Oh, I saw Mayor Horvath's hand up. She would like to second it. Thank you. Any discussion on the item? Mayor Horvath, please.
Sorry, I'm a bit slow on the off the mark here with my little buttons. I just want to say that I'm grateful to the staff for bringing this forward and for engaging with the federal Irish Famine Way committee folks to be a part of this global effort. I would only ask that we make sure that we engage the Irish community, Irish Canadian community here in Hamilton. I reached out a little bit yesterday, having seen this on the agenda, and we do have an Irish Canadian club here in Hamilton on concession. They're very active. We have a lot of Irish dance troops and things like that, and so just asking that we make sure that we reach out to the local Hamilton Irish Canadian community in the just in this celebration of this monument being established down at the waterfront. Thanks.
Thank you. So if I understand, it is to apprise and to invite. I trust we'll be having an unveiling at some point and ensuring. I'm going to look to Director Abbott, Manager Abbott, beg your pardon, and you can introduce yourself and kindly speak to this. Thank you.
Through the chair, Lisa Abbott, Director of Culture and Tourism. Thank you for the suggestion. We absolutely will do so, and we do plan an unveiling once it is installed. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. I would just say the Irish know how to celebrate, and so I would imagine that an invitation would be welcomed to the unveiling, and I'm sure they'd be excited about being brought into to the process. So thanks very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. We have been known for our dance and our song and our poetry, even though it's a very small island. I must say, I think we may have the most number of awards ever. So, but carry on. So it's been. Oh, Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. I just heard that the community, the Irish community, is on Concession Street. That's my ward, and I'm wondering if I can find out where it is, because I'd like to communicate with them as well.
Oh, there you go. Where it is.
My office can pass that on to you, Councillor Pauls. Not a problem at all.
Okay, thank you.
Let's listen for the music. Thank you. Any other further comments or questions? Now, I know you all want to be, but there's only some of us who can claim. So if we can have an electronic vote to approve those recommendations. Thank you. Thank you, Director Abbott. On to 8.2, designation of a business improvement area in Hess Village on Hess Street North and George Street. It's moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by myself. Councillor Kretsch, would you like to speak to the item?
Briefly, yes. Just want to congratulate people in Hess Village. This has not been an easy process. Part of this dealt with the dissolution of a BIA that was in the western part of King Street. Over a number of years, it wasn't doing anything, wasn't functioning, and so folks there in the BIA decided to dissolve it. And that sparked a conversation. I attended a meeting with about 30 business owners and property owners 2 years ago to talk about Hess Village, and they said, look, we want to make this a more vibrant part of our city. What can we do? We talked about pedestrianization, a winter and summer market space. And so thanks to the businesses who last year ran the Hess Village Winter Market, I know the mayor and I were there in attendance at it. Very festive. And this is now a continuation of that kind of test scenario. Wanted to get businesses together in the area, see what would be viable, see what could work, have a market space, and the response from people was amazing. And some of the business leaders have now said, look, let's start with $50,000 as a budget for our BIA. We'll raise those capital funds through the annexation of taxes through the BIA process, how that works. And start there, see what we can do with that $50,000 in terms of programming for Hess Village, and then go from there. If we need to expand, we need to levy more funds, those kinds of things that can happen in the future. I want to thank Christina Geisler, Judy Lamb, Norm Schlehan for stewarding this through what is rather frankly a rather challenging process, because it's frankly a city-supported process, but not a city-led process. So we're there to help people navigate through the tricky situations of holding votes and all kinds of things. And not everyone, believe it or not, even though we do this here all the time, not everybody is familiar with those processes of holding meetings, democratically taking votes, figuring out what to do when things don't go right at the start, coming back together. So it's a lot of community building. And so I've seen firsthand all these business owners trying to build community here and get this done. So just grateful it's happening, because if you don't know, there are about 7 conversations happening in the downtown right now about BIAs. This is just one. And so we're trying to figure out also as a city, how do we support BIAs? What are other cities doing? If you look at downtown London, they have one sort of central large BIA for everybody. Here in Hamilton, the tradition has been to have smaller BIAs who are kind of in abutting areas. We may carry on doing that, who knows, but we're going to have some meetings in the future with all these folks to say what makes sense for our downtown. But this is a positive step move forward, I think, to having folks that are going to advocate for the needs of the folks specifically in this area. For those who don't know, it's a really strange part of our city, which this uneven cobblestone street, which seems to represent an older time, though it's much more modern than that. And you know, a lot of pedestrian traffic trying to access the businesses while competing with cars. And so there's not many issues for this BIA to address, and looking forward to helping support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much. I really do appreciate the work that Councillor Kretsch has done with the community in terms of the BIA for this area and all of the businesses that have been active. I looked through the PowerPoint or the presentation that was in the report, and it's interesting to me that they talk about, you know, changing the kind of the vibe, if you will, back to a place where there's you know, different mix of businesses and, you know, family orientation and all of that. From the tradition of the kind of party space or whatever, but initially, for those who remember, Hess Village was very vibrant and welcoming for all kinds of businesses and families and community, and it transformed into something a lot more focused on the party scene, if you will. And so this is kind of like going back to what Hess Village used to be, and I'm very excited about it, because it really does have potential to be an amazing space for all members of our city and visitors, etc. And just want to congratulate those members of the business community in that district that saw that vision and got together and are now looking to formalize the way forward to create that kind of space again. And so really happy to see this in front of us, really happy to support it, and look forward to more events and animation that's more community oriented in that space. Congratulations to everyone. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
Deputy Mayor Maureen Wilson, I just want to echo what the mayor has just said. I think part of my purpose still being here is to provide retro stories. And Hess Village was such a special place in the 80s and 90s into the early 2000s. My family and I, my associates and I used to regularly go there. In fact, just a little walk from here, about a 10-minute walk from here, from City Hall often for lunch breaks and that. It was a shopping place. It was almost like a Toronto type of arts cultural community with restaurants, pubs, unique items to purchase that we transplanted here in Hamilton right along Hess and George Street. It was so wonderful, so special, loved it. As the mayor said, somewhere along the way, it went awry. It became more of the late night nightclub scene. I can tell you documented-wise the number of police presence and cruisers at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, sadly, unfortunately, that had to visit that location because of skirmishes that broke out. And eventually, the wonderful, unique shops decided, I think we're going to pick a different place in Hamilton to stay. A lot of the wonderful restaurants and pubs that made Hess special evaporated. And so I am all for this resurgence, this resurrection of Hess Village. And if the BIA will be a springboard towards that resurgence, I'm all for it. And I hope it reaches Deputy Mayor Wilson, the zenith and heydays that it once had, where so many families, everyone across the city could congregate. It was a destination place in our city, and it was so vibrant for our downtown as a wonderful, safe place to enjoy. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Thank you. It's been duly moved and seconded. An electronic vote to approve the recommendations. Thank you. It is up. Thank you. That carries 10-0. 8.3, PED 25132, Revised Board of Management for Barton Village Business Improvement Areas, Wards 2 and 3. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Any comment or questions? Seeing none. An electronic vote, please. Has everybody voted? Thank you. Carries 10-0. 8.4, Hamilton Public Library Infrastructure Capital Request. Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Any discussion on the item? Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks very much. Just very briefly, this is a follow-up to a motion I put forward with Councillor McMeekin during the budget process last year to allocate the $1.5 million that wasn't added. As you may recall, Library came forward and said, look, looks like we did submit this request as part of our budget ask for IT infrastructure related to the cybersecurity incident, and then it didn't make it into the budget proper. And GM Zagaric at that time said, we'll come back with a report figuring out how exactly to allocate that $1.5 million. And this report tells us the library will use its reserves to pay for half, and the city will use some of its reserves to pay for half. And just want to thank them for doing this work, and glad it's here, and that this is finally the end of that motion that was moved. Thank you.
Comments or questions on the report? Councillor Jackson, is that a legacy? Yeah, I think it is. Okay. Duly moved and seconded. Please, for your consideration. The vote is up. Thank you. That carries 10-0. On to 8.5. Incorporating universal design into Hamilton community housing. Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Pauls. Any comments or questions on this report? Seeing none, it's up for your consideration with an electronic vote. Thank you. That carries 11-0. We're on to 8.6, interim report on 18-28 King Street East building collapse and preliminary review of enforcement processes relating to building structure safety. A mover and a seconder to put it on the floor. Moved by Mayor Horwath, seconded by Councillor Crutch. It's on the floor. Questions, please? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like some verification when this report was put into the public record, because I'm getting emails from people saying they didn't have sufficient time to read the report and then provide comments to the city. So can I just get verification?
The question is, when was it placed on the public-facing agenda? Elsie McRae.
Through the Deputy Mayor, it was published on Wednesday, May 14th.
Thank you.
Mayor Horwath.
Thanks very much. First of all, I want to say thank you for the report to the staff who pulled it together. There's a couple of things that I really don't understand that I'm hoping to get some clarification on in terms of the kind of the chronology, if you will, of the inspections that took place over time. One of the things I noticed, and I don't have it, I mean, I have the report in front of me, but I wasn't able to take any notes because I can't write and I can't type very well either. But the point I was trying to raise is that the chronology indicates that there was obvious deterioration of the building, and so then at some point quarterly there were inspections that were being done, but my understanding is that the inspections that are getting done when there's a vacant building are being done to make sure that all of the property standards requirements are in place. And so my question would be, is that the case, that when those quarterly inspections are being done on these buildings, that in fact they're being done to determine that the property standards are being upheld? And I ask that because in the report it clearly just says that the building was vacant, and I think it says not open to trespass, something of that nature. So can I just get some clarification on what really, what is the purpose of the quarterly whatever inspections or reviews of the building? Can I get an understanding of that, please, through you, Chair, to the staff?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to recognize Acting Director Dan Smith. Do you understand the question, Director?
I do. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Acting Director Dan Smith, Licensing and Bylaw Services. Through the Chair to the Mayor. We complete quarterly inspections because the building is identified as a vacant building. Once the building is identified as a vacant building, we initiate a quarterly inspection process. Those quarterly inspections should include all types of bylaw violations, including property standards. We're also looking at ensuring that the building is secure from trespass.
Okay, I really do appreciate that, because I looked up, I actually looked up what the vacant building bylaw says, and it does say property standards. And so what I don't understand is how, and property standards, and I can ask for, through you, Chair, for confirmation of this, property standards includes that the building is, that the building is, preventing water from seeping through. So there's part of the property standards bylaw includes that the roof is such that it doesn't allow water or moisture to penetrate it. Is that the case?
Acting Director, the scope of the property standards bylaw, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, to the Mayor. So the property standards bylaw is a minimum maintenance bylaw. However, what that requires is that we are inspecting all provisions of the bylaw. We would be looking for openings in the building. One of the things that we struggle with, and we've identified and we'll be bringing back within our final report, it is related to the difficulty of internal inspections on vacant buildings related to their them being closed off and secure from trespass. The majority of the inspections we do are external, and we do look for those openings to ensure that they're closed off.
Okay, so I appreciate that, and I guess my through you, Chair, my question is, how do we now that this has happened and we see that through this process, and I guess we'll get further information at the final report at the end of the summer or the fall. How do we go? How are we able then to make sure that property standards are being upheld on vacant properties if we A, can't actually go in and see, or B, can't look at the roof in any way? We don't have the capacity or the ability to do that. It seems to me that the biggest challenge that we had with these properties is that they were able to deteriorate because the property standards were not being upheld. And I know there are letters that came in talking particularly about the Heritage, Act.
Mayor Horvath, if you can hear me, you've frozen. So yes, please, maybe turning off your camera might facilitate your connection and strengthen it. Can you hear me? Okay, so respecting the fact that the mayor was the one who moved the motion, we're going to pause there so that the mayor can come back and resume her line of questioning. And I'm going to recognize Councillor Kretsch, and then we'll go back. Hopefully by that time, the mayor will have reconnected. Councillor Kretsch?
Sure, I was going to suggest maybe a small recess to deal with the IT issues, but I'm happy to speak if that makes more sense. I'll let you decide.
You know what? This is a really, I think, critical item, and I was learning a lot from the mayor's line of questioning. I think it's in the public interest for us to pause for 5 minutes to try and figure out this IT thing. So we're going to recess at the request of your chair for 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. We're continuing as the General Issues Committee on May 21st, 2025. If you're joining us, we've just entered into a discussion with respect to item 8.6, an interim report on 18-28 King Street East, the building collapse, and a preliminary review of enforcement processes related to the structure and its safety. I called a recess because we were having some IT problems when Mayor Horvath was asking questions. Pleased to see Mayor Horvath back online. And if we could proceed, Mayor Horvath, with your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and my sincere apologies for having a bit of a blip here. So what I was asking was, if I'm not mistaken, how do we then make sure that we're able to inspect properly to determine whether or not the building is a vacant building, is able to be shored up properly if we don't have access to those buildings. And so I guess I'm asking, is that something that is going to be addressed by the consultant's report that's coming later on? If I could, through you, Madam Chair, Deputy Mayor, through you to staff.
Madam Deputy Mayor, if I could start. Normally, in dealing with vacant buildings in the downtown or across the city of Hamilton, it's a partnership between municipal law enforcement staff and building staff in the approach. So I think I would just ask both Mr. Smith and Mr. Lally to respond to the Mayor's question, to understand that each has different roles, responsibility, and legislative authority to do different things, and at what part in the process does it get a handoff from one department to the other department, and ensuring there's continuity. So with that, I would ask Mr. Smith to start the response. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair. So yes, GM Robichaud is correct. So there are a number of different steps that we take when we're dealing with vacant buildings. We do work closely also with the building owners in order to register the building as a vacant building. We do follow up with our inspections quarterly. What our inspections entail are related to what I had mentioned earlier: property standards, ensuring the building is secure from trespass. And at a point where an inspection is taking place where one of our municipal law enforcement officers feel that there is a potential danger of the building being identified as in an unsafe condition, then we will then tie in our partners in building in order to do an assessment on that piece of the structure. I can also answer the Mayor's question earlier. The gap that we identified related to those early internal inspections are something we did identify as part of this review, and we will be addressing that when we're bringing our report back.
Okay, thanks very much. And Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure what kind of time I have left, but there are a couple of things I want to ask about the chronology that was provided. So I'm going to start, and then you can let me know when it's time. On December 11th, 2020, there's an unsafe order issued by the Building Division. You can look at that chronology and see what it says. The final bullet says, unsafe order was complied with February 9th, 2023. So that's like 3 years later. Further, building permit 20-159-153-01 issued for, quote, permit revised to include facade restoration work, alteration to repair portion of exterior wall, and to provide roof beam shoring has been closed. And so I just want to ask, does that mean that all that work was actually done in 2023, including roof beam shoring? Because it said it has been closed. So it has been closed means it's all that work was done to the satisfaction of the city?
Thank you. For folks following along, this is on page 5 of Appendix A. To staff, please.
Rob Lally, Director of Building. Through the chair to the mayor. Yes, the order, the unsafe order that was written was complied with, and then progressively we continue to work with the owners as other items came up. So there was not another unsafe order written, and throughout that time, the 3-year period, they continued to comply with our orders with the same order. So the order remained open, and as other items were identified, they continued to comply with that order. Then further to that was the revision to the permit to make some alterations to the facade.
Mayor Horvath?
Okay, so my understanding of the process, and I may be wrong, is that there is a professional engineer that works for the owner that provides the response to the orders that are issued by the city. Is that correct?
Chief Building Officer?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And so then I guess ultimately I'm really trying to figure out how this kind of thing can happen when there are professional engineers involved. It shouldn't be the case that a building falls down. And I just want to reiterate or say it once again how horrifying that incident was. I mean, it happened literally the day after we had the Garrison Parade that was part of our Remembrance Day ceremonies, where there were literally hundreds of people walking right past that building. But for the grace of God, that building could have fallen on people, and it didn't. But it's beyond me how we can have the kind of engagement that we've had. The chronology I very much appreciate, and I appreciate that the staff are looking at the gaps. But it seems to me that there are things that need a bit more investigation. At one point, and I can't find it now because I wasn't able to highlight it, but there's one part of the chronology that just says staff were told not to, or to not continue with the investigation or something. I'll pull it and I'll ask staff about it offline. But those kinds of things are worrisome when staff are told to stop doing something. I guess I just want to understand who has the authority to stop staff from undertaking their responsibilities, whether it's under their professional requirements or whether it's under the bylaws of the city of Hamilton. It seems to me that that's something that's problematic. I hope it wasn't political interference. I don't know if it was or it wasn't, and I'm certainly not making that accusation. But I was quite disturbed when I saw that, and I'm scrolling through now and I can't find it. But I did read that in the chronology. Can I just get a sense of if orders to comply are not being followed up on because there's been a direction not to do so, where would a direction like that come from through you, Deputy Mayor, to staff if they even know?
Thank you. If I could just ask first, are you able to recite where in the chronology that reference is off the top of your head? Because I remember reading it as well. If not, we'll proceed with the question, who makes that decision as per the mayor's question?
Thank you, Chair, and through yourself to the mayor. So I do know the pieces that you're speaking to was a direction from a previous director of licensing and bylaw services to a municipal law enforcement officer to hold off on enforcement. It was identified a couple times within the chronology of the report, so I'm aware of that. We unfortunately don't have all of the information related to that. We're limited, and part of what we struggled with bringing this preliminary report back was some of the data that we had access to because of the cybersecurity incident that we had. We did have that information available to us, that there was some direction provided to staff, so we included it for transparency purposes. But in order to have the legislative authority in the property standards bylaw and the building code only require, it limits the involvement of staff following an order to that of the Property Standards Committee. Property Standards Committee can amend an order, they can extend, they can affirm, but that's once an order is issued where the jurisdiction lies as to the next steps of an order once it's been issued.
All right, so I appreciate that through you, Deputy Mayor. The orders can be amended through the committee process. However, once the orders have been issued, the amendments can no longer take place, and the proper authority at the city level undertakes the requirements to have those orders complied with. Is that what you basically, through you, Deputy Mayor, are saying?
Looking for just clarification on that, either to Acting Director Smith or to Chief Building Officer Lally.
Through the chair to the mayor, I can try and answer your question. If I misheard you, if you could repeat, but I just want to clarify one piece. So once an order is issued by a municipal law enforcement officer, property standards specific, there's 14 days for a property owner to appeal that order. Once an order has been issued by the municipal law enforcement officer, the officer is not permitted to change that order in any way, shape, or form. The order can only be amended, extended, quashed, confirmed by the Property Standards Committee. So once the order has been appealed, and a committee date will be set, and the Property Standards Committee will hear the reason for the appeal from the appellant, and then subsequently make a decision on the status of that order.
Okay, I do appreciate that. That clarifies for me. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I guess my other question would be, and it's in regards to the Property Standards Committee process, I guess. I noticed through the chronology there were times when it was very clear that the owner waited to the last minute, or the owner waited to the last minute before the hearing to then comply with the order, and so waited on several occasions. It's outlined in the chronology, and so I guess my question would be: is the 14 days legislated, or is there any way to kind of reduce the amount of time that is given? Or I mean, I get it. I understand how you have to provide for adequate time for response, and it's a matter of, it's a justice issue, really, a natural justice issue. But I hope that we're looking at all of those pieces. I know that the report suggests that the consultant's report's going to deal with things like escalating fines and those kinds of things, but also hopefully we can have some look at collapsing of timeframes, or if there's a continuous pattern of delay, if there's any way that can be addressed. And again, some of this might be set out in various codes. I'm obviously not aware of that, but you would be as staff, through you, Deputy Mayor. So can I just get a sense of, is that a possible opportunity, or is the legislation such that, the legislation and regulations such that we have to follow those particular timelines in terms of length of time for response?
Through the chair to the mayor. So two parts to that. The first part is, yes, the 14 days is legislated through the Ontario Building Code, which gives the authority for the municipality to create a property standards bylaw. But what happens after that is there's a date that's set for the appeal, and in between the time that the date for the appeal happens, the City of Hamilton will continue to work with that property owner in order to try and get compliance with that order, so that when the appeal is heard, we can make decisions going forward, or we can have the Property Standards Committee remove the order from being in place because it has been complied with. So there is a little bit of time between the time a appeal period has ended, appeal has been made, and when the actual hearing occurs. We continue to work with the property.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. If you'd like.
Thank you. I really appreciate the latitude in terms of the time. I have other questions. I'll raise them with staff offline. I want to just make sure that every stone is overturned when we look at solutions to this problem, so that we never have this situation happen again. I just saw in the paper or in the news there was a collapse of shoring on a construction project in Montreal, but it was the beginning, or in Quebec, there was the beginning of a building being built and the shoring collapsed. And so that's not the same as what we have what has happened here, but we need to kind of pull up our socks and make sure that we've made the changes when it comes to whether it's a heritage building or whether it isn't. And certainly the heritage buildings do require extra attention, and that's why the legislation exists. But I'm looking forward to making sure that when we get the consultant's report, we have within it, recommendations that we can put in place in the city of Hamilton, because it's clear, and I really do appreciate staff acknowledging and identifying that it's clear we have some really major gaps that we need to close, and whether that's well, I'll just leave it at that. Thanks very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Councillor Crouch, please.
Thanks. I have many questions. As the City of Hamilton's representative on the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee, I've been having conversations with staff about this issue for years now, and trying to figure out a way to address two seemingly overlapping and competing problems, one with respect to fines and penalties, and another with respect to enforcement. And so for the purposes of today, because you're not actually providing information quite yet about legislative fines, there's some asks for the Attorney General. I'm not going to ask my questions about the fines and penalties part. What I really want to focus my time on here is the enforcement piece. And there is a very distinctive difference between a vacant building and a vacant heritage building. And I don't want to get lost in this conversation. There are many assets downtown that are vacant in the broad downtown. We don't own those. Some are at risk, some are not at risk. But when it comes to heritage buildings that are significant or that have a presence in our community, contribute to the cultural fabric, those things are, a couple of handfuls of examples that we can think of. If I understand the chronology correctly, and I'm not going to refer to specific things, I found some of the things that are kind of shocking. What I want to understand there is, it seems like what's being said is, look, right now we don't have the authority granted to us to do certain things. We don't have the authority to go into buildings. We don't have the authority to act in a certain way because the policies and bylaws that were approved by the municipality up to today don't give us the ability to do that, though it's likely possible we could if we were given that authority. Is that a generally fair statement to make about where we find ourselves today?
Acting Director.
Through the chair to the councillor, say yes to your question. I think that's part of what our review is, to establish and understand what those opportunities are for us based on the gaps that we've seen through the research and creation of this preliminary report.
Thank you. That's a really important answer to a question, which is that it's not that we can't do certain things. It's that the city's not been granted authority to do them. Sometimes that comes from council. That may come from external bodies, but the point is that there is that itself is a gap, that lack of authority being given to staff to do the work. There's other gaps, of course, like maybe we don't have enough staff to do that work. That's a separate discussion, but it seems that there's a missing gap of a lack of authority. What I see in this chronology, though, is the word compliance used quite a bit. So I'm going to bring forward an amendment today, actually, at some point when it's appropriate to do so, to amend the recommendations here, because I think that's actually the big issue in a lot of this. What we saw in 2016 was that the Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services referred to earlier just said, don't enforce, right? And so there was obviously some discretion used by that individual who said, don't enforce this right now. And that's not the only time it was mentioned in there. A couple times it happened in 2016. And there's other insinuations here that we're not going to do X or Y or Z. And certain authority was given to do that. But compliance seems to be the foundational issue for all this. And if Councillor Nam was here, I think she'd agree with me. She's mentioned this when she just discussed vacant buildings in Ward 3. We seem to be seeking compliance all the time. And that, to me, is a major, major, major red flag. Because at a certain point, when you're not gaining compliance, which is almost immediately in most of these cases what we're talking about, the thing that seems to be is to continue to attempt to gain compliance. In fact, in the report recommendation here, and I would like you to answer why it's here, on recommendation number 3, it says, with the goal, the whole thing is being done here to amend Table 15 to have administrative penalties to increase fines for non-compliance, with the goal of improving compliance. I want to understand why we don't see this as an absolute barrier to us continuing to enforce the bylaws, especially when it comes to heritage assets. If the culture here is compliance, we will slowly get to enforcement. And so that, for me, is the big thing I'd like to have an answer about why we are continuing to suggest that that be the goal of this program.
Who would like to answer that? Acting Director Smith.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor. I think like our goal with any property with any of the bylaws is compliance. However, I think what we're identifying here and what we need to do better and bring back some changes within that final report is how we're utilizing our enforcement policies better. Identifying the gaps in our policies and how we're escalating enforcement and how we're using different methods of enforcement in different situations.
Fair enough. And my next question turns to that issue of methods of enforcement. In the Building Code Act, where it talks about the Property Standards Committee, there's a section in there in 15.1 and following below there, where it says essentially, look, what are the standards for maintenance and occupancy of properties in the city? You know, you can set up a Property Standards Committee. It seems like it's not a mandatory thing, but you can do so. And even if it was mandatory, here's a clause in here I'd like to understand better. The council of a municipality may pass a bylaw to require property that does not conform with the standards to be repaired and maintained to conform with the standards on the site, to be cleared of all building structures, debris, or refuse, and left in graded and level condition. So we have the authority as a council to pass a bylaw on a case-by-case basis, on a building-by-building basis if we need to, it seems, to be able to force property owners to conform and then levy charges against them for nonconformance. That seems to be something that's readily available. And so my question to you is, we've had a compliance issue with this building since 2012. I don't care about was complying, wasn't complying, was complying, wasn't complying. It's really irrelevant. We've had compliance issues with the building for 13 years before it collapsed. Why at no point did we ever bring forward a bylaw to just absolutely deal with this at a council level if it's something that council identified as an organization, that we cared about retaining this building, we cared about the cultural fabric of the building, we cared about how it contributed to downtown heritage? Why didn't we bring a bylaw forward? And is this tool not being used by the municipality currently? Because we keep referring to the Property Standards Committee as if it's some magical thing on the left here. We established that thing, and we have to kind of, I think, be accountable for its actions because we established it. But we also have accountability here. So can someone explain to me why that's not being enacted, or if it has been enacted and I've misunderstood, more information about what's going on with that?
Can you read out the clause again, please?
Sure, it's 15.6, I think, in the Property Standards Committee, subsection 3.2. It just says, the council, I'm amending two parts together so it makes English sense. The council of a municipality may pass a bylaw to do the following things. If an official plan has property conditions, blah, 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 it says requiring property that does not conform with the standards to be repaired and maintained to conform with the standards. That's the general gist, is that we have the authority seemingly to pass a bylaw to be like, you must do this thing.
Acting Director?
Through the chair to the councillor. So a couple points there. I'll just speak to the Property Standards Committee first, just for clarity, that it is a legislative process that we have to create a Property Standards Committee or establish Property Standards Committee. So we have done that. The piece in the section 15 of the Building Code does give the municipality the authority to create a property standards bylaw. We have done that. We do have the authority within that bylaw to address the items that you're talking about. And I think what I spoke to earlier is utilizing the authorities that we have already within that bylaw better.
Right, so we're not really utilizing the authorities in the bylaw at all times because, if I understand it correctly, part of this is about continuing to seek compliance. I just want someone to say that out loud, that that's part of what's going on here. Because if we have it in black and white already, right, that we have the authority to do this and the bylaw exists and we can do that, what is the actual barrier? And I understand there are gaps and there are silos in the organization, but I'm looking for more of a concrete answer. It's like really culturally here. What is the barrier to us seeking out that enforcement almost immediately? Just doing it, rather than trying to continue to seek compliance.
Through the chair to the councillor, I'll try my best to answer that question. So within the property standards bylaw, we have it is required for us to issue an order to the property to rectify the issue. That is our attempt to seek compliance. At the expiration of that order, whether it's appealed or it's not appealed, whether it's affirmed because it wasn't appealed or a Property Standards Committee, we do have the authority to carry out work and action any type of enforcement that we have the authority to do. So we do have that. We do have that authority, and there are a lot of different situations that they're hard to speak to every single one, but there are a number of situations where we should be using that authority better than we have, and that's part of what our final report will bring back is the review of what those enforcement policies are and how we can apply them more consistently and more in line with what the legislation requires.
Thanks. I just have a couple of comments on this. For me, this is not okay. I know the mayor's talked about this before. I'm deeply concerned about the fact that this keeps happening. I've had meetings with folks on the heritage team at our city to talk about this issue of what can we do. And when I have those conversations, I am met with this exact issue of, well, we're seeking compliance or compliance is being sought by municipal bylaw services or whomever in the organization, right? We don't have the ability to just enter and do engineering type reports that are very specific and detailed and we can't get inside of all these buildings. But we do have a tool. Maybe it's a bit of a blunt tool, but the tool could be simply that this comes to the Property Standards Committee as quickly as humanly possible. We enforce as quickly as humanly possible and put this into effect. And if that means that we need to think about how we're staffing and doing our bylaw services when it comes to these municipal buildings, fine. But I think there needs to be, and it seems like you've done this already, you're having a team of people who are looking at vacant buildings. I just want to ask you to think about vacant heritage buildings as a part of that context, not just vacant buildings. This is not just about vacant buildings. There are some that are, put up recently, as we heard, at previous meetings, that are now experiencing structural issues. One in Ward 2 on Cannon Street, for instance. So it's not necessarily always to do with old buildings. But when we just designate something as an asset, when it's on an inventory, when it's been registered, right? I think the priority needs to be given to people in the heritage space at our city to say, okay, this is important, this is an asset, and bring these decisions here if we can. If it's possible. Maybe there's a way to create a property standards bylaw that says the committee will take these issues and then there's another way for some other issues to be taken up here. I'm not sure if that's possible. I'm not asking you to answer that today. I'm just saying to you that when there's a priority declared by the city, we ought to take that more seriously and bring those issues here if we need to. Again, I know that it talks about how the Property Standards Committee is peopled, and I don't really remember it personally, but if it requires some kind of more council involvement in that process, right? Like we see at the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee with DC hearings, where you have those individuals charged from council to sit on the committee, and they make those decisions. I don't know what the solution is here, but I think this is a really serious problem, and it has to be dealt with in the short term. I understand we're waiting for a report right now from a consultant to talk more specifically about this, but I'm a little frustrated today simply because the policy and legislative tools in front of us that we need to have to be able to advance this still aren't here. We asked for the report back in Q1, now we're getting it here. We still don't have the legislative teeth. I'm actually genuinely worried about heritage assets in the downtown core, right, that may be at risk right now, that are continuing to deteriorate. It was reported, I'll give you one example and then I'll be quiet. There's a place, it's not really thought about, I wouldn't say in the same way that we think about heritage maybe in the downtown core, but just north of the downtown core on Barton Street, the former Hanrahan's Hotel has had a window missing from it for I couldn't tell you how long now, but the answer is years. As we learned from the disaster at the Tivoli, water will find a way. Water is the thing that will most often, the freeze and thaw of water, the pouring of water, the rain of water will cause these buildings to come to a condition where they need to be torn down. Yet it sits out there today with a missing window at the front, with driving rain just flying into the window. So every day that passes here that we don't have legislative authority or we're not taking action on these kinds of things in the downtown core, these buildings are at risk. So if I'm just going to follow up offline to say, if you need a motion for me at the next council meeting to just act on something and put something in the property standards bylaw and amend it, I'm here all day for it. I'll work with Heritage staff to come up with a list of 12 properties tomorrow. We'll get them done. We can't keep waiting on this for discussions with consultants and legislative reviews. There are properties sitting in our ward, in our downtown that we care about, and this should be preserved. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. This report was a bit alarming for me. And so I'd like to get a sense as to why a director of licensing would ever tell the staff not to enforce our bylaws on a building that we're inspecting for safety issues.
Councillor, I'm wondering, do you have a specific reference? The one I'm looking at is on page 3, top of the page, April 15th, 2016, Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services advised not to enforce properties at this time. Is that an example of what you're referencing?
That's the first example. The second one is July 14th. Same statement.
Thank you.
So I'm struggling to understand that, especially given what happened to the building.
Who would like to help us with this?
I'll start, Chair. So Chair, through you to the councillor. So as I noted earlier, like unfortunately, we don't have all of the information that pertains to the request that the director made at that time. We do know that the director made that request to staff. The reasons behind it, unfortunately, we don't have that data available to us, so I'm not sure I can give you a fulsome response specifically in this situation. However, the director, with specifically property standards issues, once an order has been issued, would not hold the authority to ask staff not to continue following through with that order. However, because I don't have the information specifically, I don't know if it's related to an order, if it was related to an inspection that may be about to occur, or another matter that may have pertained to the property. So with that, it's hard to justify the exact reason the director made that request to staff.
We can admit that it is peculiar, though.
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor, I do know at the time that those directions were provided to MLE staff. There were ongoing discussions and negotiations with the property owner about not to proceed with the demolition of the properties and seeking for the adaptive reuse or the restoration of those buildings. So I'm surmising and going by best of my recollection that that decision not to enforce those necessary bylaws was part of the ongoing discussions with the property owner about saving these buildings from their plans to demolish these buildings. But I'm not disagreeing with your comment that it is not the normal practice, but I do recall a similar situation occurred with the Lister block prior to it getting redeveloped, that was an arrangement that was made with the property owner not to proceed with enforcing the bylaws, because sometimes the remedy to bylaw compliance is the demolition of the heritage structures, and that is always a concern when we issue those orders about making it safe, restoring it, or dealing with the building. So it becomes a negotiating tactic by the owner or a strategy by the owner to say, if you want me to comply, then the buildings have to come down, where the city at that time was very aggressively pursuing the retention of those buildings. We modified some of the funding programs, for example, to allow for those buildings to qualify for additional grants, because it went from one property to each individual address. So I think it would have to be seen in that context of broader discussions with the property owner, why those decisions may or may not have been made at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's helpful. I know it's kind of hard to understand exactly what happened if we can't find the rationale for such a decision. So we are guesstimating to the best of our abilities. I am troubled, however, on much like I've criticized the Ministry of Environment over the years, we become cooperative with the proponent to the point where nothing's getting done. And in my opinion, they start to spin to save themselves. So can I go to page 9 of 12, Chair? I think very top of the page. It's Appendix A to the report, sorry. July 22nd, 2024, order to comply issued, sent by registered mail. Secure and make safe the following areas. East elevation board over all the windows, so that's all with sealing it all inside, hopefully preventing people from getting in and doing damage to the structure. But then it goes on to provide a structural engineer's assessment, including required remedial action for the roofing, its structural support, external masonry facade, loose and missing bricks, cracks through the control joints, bed, head joints, etc., exterior fire escapes, the foundation walls, above grade walls, structural members, and their connections for floor, beams, etc., throughout the entire building. It sounds like those are major safety issues. Is that a fair assessment of what I'm reading there?
CBO,
And calling upon for structural engineer to assess it leads one to believe that you've got real concerns.
Rob Lally, Director of Building. Through the chair, normally when those reports are written, as you can see, that when there was a comprehensive, exhaustive list, what we found over our experience is that when we write the order, if it's just limited to one aspect of the building, the report we'll get back will be just to that aspect of the building. So in asking for from roof to foundation, we were asking for a full, detailed, comprehensive report.
But in this request, you're pointing to structural deficiencies. It would appear that you have concerns there, or whoever wrote that order.
Through the chair, so I can't speak for the inspector who wrote the order at that time, as I can only say at this point that he may have felt that it was best to ask for a comprehensive report to deal with the full building. There had been ongoing issues with the building, as you can see from the chronology, for a number of years. And by July 22nd, 2024, he felt that, you know what, it's time that we get a full comprehensive report.
So do we have the copy of that report requesting the structural engineer assessment? And was it one of our engineers that made the call?
Through the chair, we did receive a copy of that report, but that report was not provided to the city until after the collapse.
But what I'm reading here is pointing to structural deficiencies. And so what I'm trying to understand is if we had concerns about cracks, the beams, connections for the floors, the entire building at one point is quoted, exterior walls, facade, loose, missing bricks, cracks throughout, control joints, bed, and head joints. That's what holds the building together. And you're saying here, you're seeing weakness and you're asking for an engineer's assessment. Is that a fair statement?
Through the chair, that is our normal practice. On a building of that size, a 4-story building, if we notice that there would be signs of deterioration, our order normally would be to ask for an engineer's assessment.
Okay. But we have agreed that city staff pointed to these weaknesses, and that's why the structural assessment was ordered. Correct?
Through the chair, the inspector wrote the order to be comprehensive to try and address everything of the building. So it may have appeared that there are cracks in mortar on lots of buildings. Doesn't make them unsafe. So that's why we asked for the structural assessment of the building for an engineer to confirm our suspicions.
I guess I'm just a naive outsider here, but when I'm reading it, it says the roofing and its structural support, the exterior masonry facade, loose and missing bricks, cracks throughout, control joints, bed and heads, the fire escapes. Then it goes on to the foundation walls above grade, structural members and their connections for floor. It would appear that this inspector had a concern, and that's why the structural assessment was ordered.
Through the chair, I would agree.
And so no structural assessment Well, let me rephrase that. The engineer's report apparently did not come to staff until after the collapse on November 11th. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And did that report confirm the concerns of the inspector that wrote that order to comply on July 22nd?
In reviewing the report after the collapse of the building, a number of the items were addressed, but at no time in the report did it say that the building was in imminent danger of collapse.
Did it raise concerns about the safety of the building? The structural efficiency of the building supports?
Through the chair, there was some items that were identified in the report, but none the engineer felt needed to be brought to the attention of the City of Hamilton, as that was not done. And it was never identified as being in a failure state.
Okay. And that report from the engineer, is it a public document?
I would say yes, it could be FOIable.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. So can council get a hold of that engineer's report?
Because it is I didn't mean.
Yes, sorry, I think the question is it a document that?
Sorry, I should
shared?
clarify.
Yes, Acting General Manager Robitaille.
Because it would be subject to FOI legislation, our general operating practices, we would then make the document available. Sorry, yes, we can make that document available. I apologize we did not mean to make a flippant comment to the committee or council. It was just, I was thinking out loud. So I just wanted to apologize for the way that response was framed.
No apologies necessary. I just feel that we need to be transparent. And so we have this report. Council has not seen this report. I think it's a good thing for us to see that report. And when we get to see it, it goes on the public record.
Thank you.
I think I'm over my time by a significant portion. So if you don't mind putting me on for a second time, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just a quick question about enforcement and kind of understanding the on-the-ground realities. So I know different divisions, we send out different folks. Just wondering if there could be a comment through you, Chair, from our MLE division about who are the staff members actually doing this enforcement on site? When do they bring building in? So for example, for the renovation suite, we have specific officers that aren't doing cross-appointed work, just trying to get an understanding of the officers doing this work, what else is on their plate? Are they also doing, say, long grass at the same time, or is this more specialized enforcement specific to these types of issues?
Acting Director, please.
Through the chair to the councillor. So if I don't mind asking you to clarify, do you mean specifically on vacant building inspections or just property standards work in general?
Could I get both answers differentiated, please? But I was specifically asking about property standards, but I would appreciate the more general answer because what someone reports as property standards might be a vacant, like how a resident is reporting this might not be actually what's there. And so if I could get the broader answer, that'd be appreciated.
Through the chair, and thank you. So property standards is enforced by municipal law enforcement officers. They're set up based on ward, but they also will enforce other bylaws such as noise, yard maintenance, things like that, vital services. Related to vacant buildings specifically, we have 2 dedicated officers that enforce vacant buildings. They do the quarterly inspections, they do property standards inspections, and yard maintenance and graffiti related to those site inspections on identified vacant buildings.
Thank you. So is it that someone calls something in, it has to be one of the 2 vacant building specific officers that comes out, or could the ward-based officer also respond in trying to kind of figure out what's going on at a building, whether it's a property standard or a vacant building, or if it says the word vacant, it's automatically those 2 folks? Just trying to understand operationally, is the file passed back and forth, or is it because it's the word vacant, it always goes to one of those 2 folks?
Through the chair to the councillor, thank you. What we would do at the initial onset of the complaint is our clerks ask a number of questions in order to establish who the best officer is or how we're going to identify the file to be put into our system for enforcement. If we do get a sense it could be a vacant building, we would assign it to one of the vacant building officers, and they would go and make an assessment whether the building is actually vacant, but they can do an inspection at that time related to property standards or any of the other bylaws that I had mentioned. That is not limiting other officers from doing those inspections if we are in a situation where staff are on vacation or sick. We can put another property standards ward officer into a situation like that to go and enforce to ensure it gets done quickly.
Thank you for that. Through you, Chair, really appreciate having a clear sense of who's actually doing the work and kind of where they're coming from the organization. And I think that brings me to the second piece. Training is talked about in the report. There's a section dedicated to staff training and some continuous improvement there. To get this understanding, are you able to let me, through you, Chair, let committee know what's the relative training for the ward-based MLE officers versus the vacant building specific officers? What's the difference in training or the difference in kind of use that those officers would be kind of taking into a situation?
Through the chair to the councillor, so because the officers can enforce any of our bylaws, the training, it's multifaceted. It involves when they're starting as a new officer, going through our initial training. We do have a number of staff that provide specific training on enforcement, how to apply legislation, court procedures, things like that. We are doing specific training related to our current policies and updated policies that we're enhancing right now and will continue to do as part of this program. But the training doesn't need to be specific to vacant buildings. They will spend more time learning those bylaws as opposed to just ward officers. But we are committed to enhancing our policies related to enforcement and then updating staff appropriately through training on those enhancements.
Thank you. I think last question or last thread from me, just about that comprehensive review of that existing training. How are officers trained right now when it comes to progressive enforcement or kind of that looking at cooperative compliance? And is it the universal kind of a principle that goes forward? We send out warnings, we send out notices, we try and escalate like that, and that's a general principle across all types of responses? Or is there training specific that says, hey, we're dealing with a serious issue, maybe a vital services concern, a building safety issue, and so we have a zero tolerance policy. Actually, we don't do dedicated enforcement. We go straight to, let's get this done. How are staff kind of trained in their use of discretion when to maybe take a more progressive enforcement policy that is, of course, what we want when talking about things like long grass, individual circumstances that may be at play, versus more health and safety or huge impacts that come to vital services or some of those other pieces? How are staff trained on that distinction?
Through the chair to the councillor. So that would be included in their initial training as a new officer. However, we do retraining. Officers will ride along with more senior officers. Our officers do hold monthly meetings with their supervisor and manager in order to identify different issues that they're encountering or concerns that we have had been raised through the community that we need to re-speak to our policies to staff on. But a lot of it is experience-based, but also follow up with our senior staff in order to identify discretion in those situations.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, really appreciate those answers to the question. Just a closing comment from me to echo Councillor Kretsch earlier. I think I really, if we're looking at the training and education we're doing, would strongly favor maybe a bit of a cheat sheet for officers or something where we're saying, hey, vital services, these types of bylaw violations, this isn't the gradual approach. This is a serious issue. We need a serious response. Timeliness is urgency. These are all factors that maybe trump cooperative relationships or kind of that gradual enforcement. And so just that would be my comment. Just hope some attention can be put there when looking at the training and enforcement regime to make sure that we're not going slow on the issues that can be life and death or can be those really big impact issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Councillor Spadafora, we've exhausted our first-time speakers, to assume the chair, please?
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. And I apologize. I'm not understanding, and I know it was referenced just once more for my benefit, please. On page 3 of Appendix A, it seems like, and it's conferred, there is a link to the report. a delegation from the property owner made an appearance before GIC in the spring of 2016. And staff received that delegation and referred the request to staff for review. The week thereafter, the Director of Licensing advises not to enforce the action on the properties, and he does so again July the 14th. I thought I heard staff say that once an order is issued, there's 14 days to comply, and an officer is not permitted to change the order and it can only be amended, extended, or quashed by the Property Standards Committee. So does that mean that this notation in Appendix A with the Director of Licensing advising not to enforce, that is not an authority that the Director enjoys, through the Chair?
Acting Director Smith.
Through the Chair to the Councillor. Yes, once an order is issued, the Director of Licensing does not hold the authority to extend an order or to quash or change that order. It is not within their authority to do so. I will just clarify one point you made, if I may. Once an order is issued, they don't necessarily have 14 days to comply. They have 14 days in which to appeal the order. Expiration date on an order may be longer out than that, depending on the work that is required to comply with that order.
Councillor.
Thank you, but the clarity that was brought is that that is not an authority enjoyed by the officer. Thank you. I'll take the chair back.
Thank you.
Mayor Horwath for the second time, please.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. I'm not going to be very long this time. Just a couple of quick things. One is the issue around all vacant properties is important, and I do want to kind of reiterate that my interest is not just vacant properties, but particularly the heritage inventory that we have. So I think that I would agree with Councillor Kretsch that we can't lose that thread, because it's obvious that these are the ones that create, massive loss of cultural heritage. And I mean, just what's happened in the downtown with these buildings particularly is it's just such a huge loss. It's interesting that I see in many other cities the point to which buildings might be at risk and facades are then maintained through bracing, and the properties may not survive as a whole, but the facades are upheld through various methods where you have the beams that are holding up a facade. I don't know whether that would have been a solution here, but it sounds like it could have been. So there are some things around the heritage aspects that I think we need to also look at, and hope that we see that happening. I worry about this kind of thin edge of the wedge, if you will, in terms of the enforcement of the property standards bylaws versus then the issue around demolition. And if they can't be enforced, then demolition becomes the answer. I would like to know how other municipalities are able to keep their heritage assets. Obviously, that's not just it can't just be something that we struggle with as a community. Other communities must be struggling with the same thing, and yet I don't see heritage buildings falling down all over Ontario. So there's that. The other piece that I think we need to be really concerned about, frankly, is the issue of the engineer's report that came 3 months late. An email late, I think, came 3 months late, and then the report itself came after the building had already fallen down, with no indication that the building was at risk of falling down. So that tells me something, and it makes me worried, frankly, about an engineer not identifying that. And I through you, Deputy Mayor, I guess I'm a little concerned about legislation that's changing as we speak, that says to speed up processes when it comes to even development. There's no need for the city to review professional engineers' drawings or rather stamps of approval. If an engineer's approved something, it's stamped by the engineer, and the city shouldn't have to go through the process of reviewing it with our own engineers. And maybe I have that wrong, but that's my understanding of a piece of that legislation. And I'd like to hear from the acting General Manager of Planning and Economic Development if that in fact is part of that legislation. And I would like to know also, if I may, what's the ramification for something like this? If it's very obvious that all of the pieces are there of the puzzle that says this building's about to fall down, but the engineer that provides a report to the city doesn't identify that, what are the ramifications for something like that? How does something like that how does something like that happen? What's what is the how does that get addressed? It seems to me that that's really problematic and quite frightening, actually. So I don't know if that's something that can be responded to, but it's something I'm quite concerned about.
Okay. I think your first question was how does the legislation, perhaps Bill 17, I'm not sure, how might that make this situation, how might it affect our efforts in the future? And I don't know if Acting General Manager Robichaud, I know I had asked you to speak to this issue after items are considered, whether you can speak to just this portion in relation to heritage and vacancy at present or not.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have to do a review of Bill 5, which was introduced a couple of weeks ago as it relates to the Heritage Act piece. With respect to Bill 17 that was released on May 12th, it does not propose any changes to the Heritage Act or in terms of fast-tracking approvals at the detriment of heritage properties. With respect to the consulting engineer or professional engineer and their roles and responsibilities, Mr. Lally can speak to that in terms of their code of conduct and their code of ethics and what would be an engineer's responsibility. And also, if a member of city staff who is a professional engineer, what is their roles and responsibilities in terms of another engineer's work? Thank you. Rob?
Yeah, through the chair. So the engineering profession in Ontario, I'm just going to look at my notes so I don't get it wrong, is governed by the basic principle that public welfare is paramount. PEO defines, Professional Engineers of Ontario defines professional misconduct as failure to make reasonable provisions for safeguarding life, health, or property, and the failure to act correct or report a situation that may endanger public safety or welfare of the public. That's clearly in the Professional Engineers Act. It is recognized that these obligations can be challenging while respecting client confidentiality and instruction. To assist engineers, the PEO, Professional Engineers of Ontario, practice guideline clarified an engineer's duty to report and duty to warn involving public safety. So in short, what I'm trying to say is it is in the PEO Act that a professional engineer in Ontario has an obligation to report to the chief building official should they feel that a building is in imminent danger of collapse and could harm the welfare of the public. Part of that review is with our consultant in reviewing the reports that were provided.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that is part of the work of the consultant. I really do. I think folks might remember when the mall collapsed in
Elliott Lake.
In Elliott Lake, I think it was, and people lost their lives, and there was some ramifications for the engineers. In fact, there was a public inquiry into that particular incident, and I just hope that loss of life has not been just shelved now, and the recommendations from that inquiry have not taken hold within the industry. I fear that this particular thing that's happened in our city is not dissimilar to what happened there, except for the fact that building was occupied with merchants and customers, etc. That wasn't the case here, for the grace of God, but for the grace of God, really. So these are all things I think that we need to be really concerned about, as well as the issue around the pressure that comes with the deterioration of a heritage building and the enforcement of our bylaws to the point where the answer is demolition. We need to figure out how we don't get to that point and do a better job of protecting those heritage assets. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, and I appreciate Mayor Horvath's questions about the engineer. So the engineer is hired by the proponent, if I understand correctly?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And the engineer is given direction by the proponent.
Yeah, through the chair, the order would be written by the municipality to the owner. The owner would retain an engineer, provide them a copy of the order, and ask them for a report.
And have we ever peer-reviewed engineers' reports? Here's what I'm getting at. It might help you when you're considering your response. If the city of Hamilton hires an engineer to look at the risk of failure or structural failure on a bridge per se, we hire that individual, we expect that individual to report back on any safety issues or structural weaknesses to that structure. Those are the instructions that we would give to our engineer. We're not privy to the confidential instructions that a proponent would give to their engineer. So how are we sure that the two are meshing?
Through the chair, to your first question, and just collaborating here with staff. So at times we do ask for a peer review based on the engineer's report we received. We also have our own engineers in the building division that we may, attend the site or review the engineer's report. We may ask further questions or further clarifications. But there's also, that's why I thought it was important that I mentioned, there is also that ethical standard that the PEO holds their engineers to, that regardless of what the instructions are by the proponent or by the owner to the engineer, those ethical standards should surpass any conversations that you're having with the owner when it comes to public safety.
Yeah, the key word there is should, and we're not involved on that side. Is it something that the city's ever considered that we have our own engineers do the structural review? Does the Act permit us to do that? And then we bill the proponent for the costs?
Through the chair, I can't say we've ever considered that, but we have from time to time hired our own engineer. We have a roster of engineers. We can retain our own engineer to provide us a report on pretty much anything we wish.
Thank you. Can I ask, at any time up to the collapse on November 11th, was there any communications to the city indicating that the facade on the building was leaning outwards to the street?
Through the chair, no.
Okay. And the reason I ask that is because we heard reports that that was the case from residents, but they may not have notified the city. And the last question is, if we're asking for a structural engineer assessment on the building, so structural, is it not wise to cordon that building off until we know what the results of that assessment is?
Yeah, through the chair, there was some fencing and hoarding already in place there. This is not we never felt that the building was in any imminent danger of collapse. So so the temporary fencing was already in place. We do also have, just to use another address, we have 54 Hess, King Street building. That's another heritage building. where we had written a report and, the lane is closed off, waiting for the owner to complete their work. So it does happen from time to time.
So I recall asking that question last time this came before us, and I was advised there was no cordons put around that building. There was nothing preventing the public from walking up against the building. So I'm now hearing that there was fencing. I know there was fencing afterwards, but was there fencing before?
Through the chair, I do recall you asking me the question last time, and I believe I did provide you the answer no. And then upon reflection and looking at the photos, I can see that there is fencing in the debris on the ground. So there was fencing there.
And we have communication somewhere where someone directed the fencing to go up.
To the best of my knowledge, no, but the owner could have put up the fencing on their own.
Okay, this is just so problematic, Chair, and I know we're all struggling to understand and how we go forward to make sure that this does not happen again. I thank staff for their candid response to my questions.
Thank you. We have Councillor McMeekin, and that exhausts our speakers list.
Thanks, Chair. I've been listening attentively for about an hour on this matter, and appreciate some of the comments the mayor made about the experiences in other municipalities, and also the questions and answers solicited by my good friend, Councillor Clark. Very probing and insightful. And I'm at a point where I'm reminded of what I think was the best political advice I ever received in my life from the late great Sterling Hunt, a Linden cattle farmer, who said, Teddy, if you want to get elected, tell the folk what's broke and how you're going to fix it. So I think coming out of today, I think the one question and I think directive to our bench, senior staff, would be, apparently we're pretty good at describing what's broke. What we need now is suggestions around how we're going to fix it. And the sooner we get that, the sooner we can all sleep a little bit easier at night, I think. Thanks.
Thank you. That exhausts our questions and comments on the matter. I don't see anyone else on the docket. So I think the report has been duly moved and seconded by Mayor Horwath and Councillor Critch. It's up for your consideration with an electronic vote. Thank you. That carries 11 to 0. 8.6A is correspondence respecting the matter in which we've just discussed. A mover by Councillor Critch, seconded by Councillor McMeekin, to receive this correspondence, please. Is there any discussion on it? There is. Councillor Critch, please.
I just wanted to clarify a comment that was made in the second letter here. I think it's B, referring to the method by which council, the city, heritage folks at the city are made aware of issues with heritage buildings. I don't disagree with the recollection of the letter writer that in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, that it may very well have been when there were two, at that time called aldermen, might have commandeered some of these conversations by having informal or formal meetings of a certain nature with staff. That's just not what happens anymore, and I want to clarify that for the record, because left uncommented on, it seems like that's what's going on in 2025. As a Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee representative, I can tell you that for some time, we have a list of endangered buildings that we review at every single meeting. so across the city. And there are different people from the committee who are assigned to looking in on those buildings periodically and then reporting back to the committee when there are issues with those buildings. Heritage staff then take that information, work with municipal bylaw services to try and coordinate actions to make sure that things are dealt with and the compliance is sought. I'm not going to talk about the compliance thing. I've said enough about that already, but didn't want to leave anyone under the impression that somehow it's up to the Ward 2 City Councillor to be going around having weird meetings in 2025. Doesn't make sense. We have a process for that now. I'm thankful for that process. It exists, and people should know about it. Thank you.
Thank you. A show of hands for receipt of the correspondence. Hands up, please. Thank you. Carries. Just so folks know, we're going to go through 8.7. We have a number of members of our city who have been patiently attending and waiting for this item. Following the consideration of this item, we will be moving to break for the lunch. We're on to 8.7, PED 25142 grant for the New Vision Church for a mid-sized performance venue, 24 Main Street East. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Cretch, followed by Councillor McMeekin. Discussion. Councillor Cretch.
Thanks. I understand this is a bit of a difficult one for some of my colleagues with respect to the amount of money, with respect to the fact that it's going to a church. A couple comments from me, then a couple of questions. This is not the first time that the city has given this exact amount for this exact purpose in recent history. The same thing was done last term of council with a facility that wasn't being used in Ward 2. $900,000 was given to that facility for the express purpose of helping it turn into a small size venue. And that did happen in the last term of council. And we have also, through various grants this term of council and many previous terms of council, given grants to not-for-profit organizations, including churches, to assist them with providing partly a municipal service. And here we see that there are a couple of those things happening, right? We're providing not only a service for this Music City, which we keep calling ourselves, and I think it's important that we honor that, and also for a hub for equity-seeking groups to have space that they can afford to have meetings and event space, other kinds of things. So I think that's important to acknowledge right off the bat. My question for staff is just if they could, at a higher level, I think it's in the report, but maybe just at a higher level because I think it can get lost sometimes in the details. If you could speak to why exactly you're recommending the specific funding come from the city at this time, considering the fact that we don't have secured funding from other levels of government with respect to the whole project, and about any concerns you have about that, and the kind of conditions that are on this funding, which are, again, also mentioned in the report. But if you could speak to that, because I know it was a question that was asked of the delegate, and it was a question that they referred to you, so I wonder if you could respond to that now.
Thank you. And perhaps in addition, start with my apologies, just a brief overview, and then those specifics. Retiring Lamb.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, this motion was approved by Council on February 14th, 2024 to provide a grant of $900,000 to assist with increasing capacity of the music venue to a mid-size, approximately 1,000-seat arts and cultural hub in the city of Hamilton. This was identified in the tourism strategy as well as the previous Economic Development Action Plan as a need for a mid-sized venue. As mentioned in the report, there are several venues, but that is the missing gap, that we do not have a mid-sized venue. And some of the work has already been undertaken by the United Church. However, the $900,000 is as part of the $1.12 million need to accommodate 1,000 seats. So they have been in downtown Hamilton offering smaller concerts, but to accommodate the 1,000 seats, they need to do some structural work, some abatement, and to raise the railing that is too low to meet standards today. And they feel that with the 900, it would get to the point where they can host the concerts of a larger unit and be able to accommodate the Junos next year. And it would also be able to leverage applying for more grants through provincial and federal funding. So that's why, to get the project started right away, to meet the concerts for over the next few months into next year, that they would like to get started right away. And then the second phase of the renovation project could be done once they acquire additional funding and donations.
Thank you.
Thanks for the answers to the questions. I will also say that one thing I discussed with staff that I think has been a bit of an issue in the past has been that when municipalities contribute to venues, like we did in the tens of millions of dollars to the David Braley Health Sciences Center across the road, we don't always get the benefit of that investment in terms of our access to the facility. I've been in a long struggle about that downtown, trying to get those facilities where we contributed these funds to give us access to the facility at a reasonable cost, considering our investment. That's been addressed here in this situation as well. So I want to let everybody know that we'll be able to have access to this facility either at certain times of the year. The city can use it for events and things like that in consideration of our investment, without obviously putting an undue burden on the ability for them to use this to help operate this not-for-profit organization. So just want to say that out loud as well. Continue to think this is a very good investment for our downtown, especially right near the transit hub. It's a place where many people can come to congregate. We are missing that venue. And with the arena project that's happening, that's expanding the seating size, we need something in that middle stretch downtown. I've been at events at both venues. This is going to serve a different kind of need. And for those who maybe haven't gone on the tours that were offered by the Music Hall Alliance, I can say to you that a lot of the work here is frankly addressing adaptive heritage reuse. And so a lot of the things that are in this building that need to be sensitively and carefully dealt with, it's expensive to do that work. And I think keeping this heritage building, which is, by the way, a beautiful building, intact, preserved as part of our city is important. Things like the railing heights is a huge hazard for people wanting to come to see concerts there. So it has to be dealt with in a sensitive way. You can't just tear the beautiful wooden pews out above. You have to do that in a sensitive manner. And in order to preserve that, which I think should be preserved, if you've seen it and don't think that, I'd be shocked. This is going to be part of the work that needs to be done. And so I support that for those reasons and many more.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. And I am struggling a little bit on this one. The hall, which we are proposed to donate a grant to, used to be the sanctuary for the church. They've now moved their sanctuary to the side building, but the building is still owned by the United Church. So we'd be giving $1 million to the United Church. And then the hope is that they will be able to operate as a hall for 1,000 people for concerts and speeches and things along that line. I have concerns that although the congregation has grown, and I'm very impressed because the last time I had a tour, and I think maybe it was 3 years ago, they had a congregation of approximately 50 people. So they're up to 300. They're doing something right in the downtown. The council is correct. We did donate money to St. Mark's, but we own St. Mark's. We ended up having to buy it out to preserve the heritage features of that church. So it's not owned by another church. They sold it to us or however we got that property. And so I'm still struggling about donating this amount of money ostensibly to a church for their church hall so they can hold 1,000 people or more to that facility. And I worry about the gate that we are about to open. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Maureen Wilson, similar to Councillor Clark. By the way, it's not called St. Mark's anymore. Similar to Councillor Clark, I'm struggling with this as well. So much has changed, Deputy Mayor Wilson, in the last 6 months in our city, our province, our country, our world. Can I ask a couple of questions before I get to my conclusion? And I want to thank Manager Lamb. She has followed through on the direction of council thoroughly and with her usual professionalism to the best of her ability. Just some questions for clarity from her report. And by the way, this is a combined report from Director Abbott and Director Schlehan, just for the record. On page 2, you say the rehabilitation of the entire space will be estimated at $4.6 million. So again, Manager Lamb, our $900,000 is part of, and I listened to the delegates very carefully and closely, the $900,000 gets them started with rehabilitation, renovation, but again, the total cost is 4.6. So can you help reconcile for me that roughly $3.5 million difference at this time, through you, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, through the Deputy Mayor. Yes, $4.666 million was identified as the total cost of the renovations. Of that, $703,000 has already been invested in the project by the United Church of Canada and the New Vision Church. So the $1.12 million is the $900,000 asked today. So they covered already the $220,000 of that $1.12 million. The second renovation block is $2.8 million, which Jennifer had mentioned earlier, as, that will be the second phase, and that will not be an ask for the city, so that they want to leverage our city's investment to apply for other sources of funding. And so the only ask today for the complete project is the $900,000 grant.
Thank you, Manager Lamb. Follow-up question on page 18, Deputy Mayor. At the very bottom, as noted above, the owners have expressed that there is no short-term intention for the ownership to change. Can you possibly explain to me, if you can, I know you can't speak for the New Vision Church or the Music Alliance, but can you possibly help me understand what that comment means, through you, Deputy Mayor, to Manager Lamb?
Yes, through the Deputy Mayor, the church has indicated to us that there are no plans to sell this property at all, that they were quite firm that the United Church wants to maintain that. And what we would be looking for as part of the grant agreement is the minimum of a 10-year lease agreement, and look at the options for renewal to at least maintain that.
I guess what just a little bit bothered me was the words short-term intention, so Manager Lamb, but I think you've done your best to clarify that for me. Equity serving deserving groups. So if hypothetically I'm not equity deserving groups, but my organization does good work in the city, I will be disqualified from possibly using the space. Through you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Through the Deputy Wilson, the intent is they will rent. Obviously, they will look for projects to rent to. They have a priority list of equity deserving groups, but obviously, if there is a proposal to rent their property, they would definitely be looking at that.
Okay, thank you. A couple of more questions and my comments, Deputy Mayor. On page 4, bottom paragraph, this music incubator providing artists in the city with performance space that may not otherwise be available. Do you want to further elaborate for me on that, Manager Lamb, please, through the Deputy Mayor?
If I may, through the chair, Lisa Abbott, Director of Culture and Tourism, to respond to that question. As Judy has mentioned, and the report mentions, there is a need for that medium-sized venue space. And so the opportunity to have an incubator space is for local Hamilton musicians to be able to play to that larger audience and go from having perhaps smaller venues and make that step to a bigger venue. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Abbott, for chiming in. Follow up on that, my last question, then I'll have a couple of comments. I think, and I stand to be corrected, I thought I heard the delegates mention about the Junos, that the Junos were, I'm paraphrasing, looking at this potential venue for the Junos coming to our city. Can I get perfectly crystal clear? So if we don't approve this $900,000 for this potential new music hall venue, the Junos are contingent upon this $900,000 and they may not come here? Through you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. To clarify, the Junos have multiple venues that are on hold. The Junos come not with just the broadcast, but with a Juno Fest celebration, which means that music venues across the city will be animated. The music hall is one of those venues, and the decision today has no bearing on if the Junos come or not. We have an agreement in place to host the Junos in March of 2026. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Abbott, and thanks, Manager Lamb. Deputy Mayor Maureen Wilson, I unfortunately will not be able to support this today because, again, so much has changed in our city, our province, our country, our world in the last 6 months. I think we saw evidence of that in the last 60 days of two major elections, federally and provincially. Affordability is still a number one issue amongst my constituents overwhelmingly. My constituents are receiving their municipal tax bills now and recognizing the increase of this year that is for many of them beyond the average of 5.7% that unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to vote on either way. We have the tariffs that are impacting our economy as well. And I'm worried as well that the future phase of the 2.8 million may still be lingering out there. I've heard the assurances today from the delegates, and I take their sincere, genuine responses that, that's maybe not down the road, but the 900 is needed as of this time. But I guess with recent experiences of projects, and I won't name them, you all know what they are, when not doing further anticipatory due diligence, I'm worried about the future and the potential of the 2.8 million being a further ask down the road, whoever may be here past this term of council. Lastly, Deputy Mayor Maureen Wilson, again, my community overwhelmingly is wanting to just, for the taxes they're paying, get back to basic municipal services are paramount for them. And so again, regrettably, with so much that has changed in the last few months, people just trying to hang on to what they have to their very existence will cause me to vote against this today. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Let me begin by saying I support this project. Sometimes you've got to break or stretch the rules to achieve a common good. And I don't think this is breaking or even stretching the rules. I listened carefully to Councillor Kretsch's comments about precedental things that we've done that have been done to affirm a desire to revitalize our core and make it a more welcoming place for not only people in our city, but others as well. We have an opportunity to support what I think is a creative, entrepreneurial, and community-based vital supplement to our tourism strategy. We've heard from our senior staff that this is entirely consistent with the tourism plan. And I gotta say, as excited as I am about the big project that we're doing across the street and its potential, the fact that this is being presented to us by, sure, a faith-based group that's growing, it's vital, it's providing a ministry, a mission in the city, this being kind of a broadening of that, and a way of attracting new people, new attention to to commit to a more fulsome expression of the good work that they're doing. It is difficult for me not to do anything except support this proposal. So thank you for your daring and your sharing and your caring. I hope it works out, and if there are things down the road that we can do to assist, either with the United Church, and some of us have connections still there, or otherwise, let us know, please. So we'll see how the vote goes, but I intend to support this this very important investment in our inner city. Thanks.
Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I just want to clarify here, the funding source is from an existing capital account. If I'm not mistaken, the recommendation says funded from the Economic Development Initiatives Capital Project with the account number subject to the following items. So in fact, the funding source exists, and it's not something that will impact our 2026 budget. I just want to clarify that that's the case.
Clarify that there's no levy impact and it comes from an existing reserve. Please, Retiring Lamb.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, the funds were set aside in the Economic Development Capital Initiatives Project. When this motion came forward, we ensured that there were funds available for the project and will not be impacting the 2026 capital budget.
All right, thanks very much. That's very important I think, for people to know, and hopefully will be identified that way when this conversation goes into the bigger public realm. I think it's important that we are clear with people exactly what's happening in terms of the funding source, so that folks aren't led astray in terms of the impact. Having said that, I initially was very concerned about some of the pieces that were brought to us in the past on this project. And as I've thought about it more, and as I've seen various initiatives that are taking place in other jurisdictions, I think for me, the most important piece here is partnership. Yes, there's a facility that's owned by the church, but there's also an opportunity for the city to partner with that entity to create a space that is obviously needed, but also will animate our downtown and help to bring people to that venue while at the same time serving a broader social purpose. I don't think there's a better kind of partnership that can be described. Having the music venue, having an extra space in the downtown for not just equity deserving groups, but all potential groups that might need some space to rent from a not-for-profit provider, if you will. I think that we need to be more and more open to partnerships with other entities and other organizations, precisely because of the situation that we face as a city, but also the broader context, I think, that was identified by a previous speaker. It's for those very reasons that we, I believe, should be in support of this particular initiative, and I am in support of it. So I'm speaking in favor of this recommendation. I think it's a way of the future. We need to find places where we develop more partnerships, where we develop friendships, where we develop collaboration, as opposed to division, as opposed to the situation that we unfortunately have too often, which is a sense that people are on their own, and it's us against them kind of attitude. I think we have to do everything we can to find these places of common space, of common vision, and of collaboration. And so for those reasons, I'm going to support this. And I want to say to Judy Lamb, congratulations on your retirement. We are going to miss you for sure. And to the group that's been working on this for some time and that has held the vision, regardless of some setbacks. Thank you for that, because these kinds of city building visions or initiatives sometimes take a while to take hold. And in this case, it's like most cases, it's the determination and commitment of the groups involved that finally enable these kinds of I think, wonderful projects to breathe, to take life and become wonderful assets for our city. So for those reasons, I'll be supporting this particular recommendation and project. Thanks so much.
Councillor Spatafora.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I hope my comments here aren't taken. I'm not looking to be divisive. I'm not looking to knock down what the group is asking for. I'm not looking to say that it's not a good idea. My concern comes off something that was mentioned by Councillor Clark. And when you open up this door, it will definitely bring other asks forward. And I'm not saying the asks that are going to come forward are going to be not worthy. And I'm not saying this ask isn't worthy. My concern is in Ward 14, we have People's Church, who's embarking on a 3-phase project worth, I think, close to $25 million. They have a massive daycare there. Local sports league, and not a rep league, entry level for families that are just looking to get their kids some recreation. I'm sure maybe people know or don't know, Mohawk College has closed their sensory room. People's Church has added that to their scope of work. They don't have the funding. I went on a tour there a week ago. They haven't come to the city asking for funding. They've done it through their congregation. They've done it through their daycare families. They've done it through their sport families. They've done it by going to businesses within the community. And again, I'm not here to say that the project in front of us is not a good thing. But I don't know how I wouldn't want People's Church to receive something from the city, because what they're doing is worthy. And we could say, well, hey, listen, they're doing a good job raising money. Let them keep doing what they're doing. Let's not worry about giving them money. But it will open up the door for other groups that are doing great work, just like this group is doing. And that, again, will fall on the backs of the taxpayer. And, you know, we can say, well, we have a funding source. The funding source, I'm assuming, unless I'm completely wrong, at one point was funded through tax collections that went into some sort of a reserve that now we are using. Unless we're generating this revenue somewhere else, reserves are taxpayers' dollars. They're just taxpayers' dollars that weren't spent at the time we collected them. So again, I'm not being divisive. I'm just concerned that this opens up a door for many groups that could use some help. You know, People's Church does also have an area, an auditorium, whatever you want to call it. I don't know the exact seating. It's 2 levels, but it's a place where they do music. It's also a place where they held their services, but it's 2-story. It provides the ability to have, and I was there on my visit a couple weeks ago, graduations, prom, concerts. Again, I don't know the size. I'm not saying it's 1,000 seats, maybe it's 500. But if we want to start doing these partnerships, we need to budget for them. We need to set aside $10 million, because we cannot expect to have them as one-offs when there's other groups that I think are just as deserving, especially this one that's in my ward. And I've seen the good work they've done fundraising, $6, $7, $8 million up to this point. So for me, it's not about the idea. For me, it's not that I'm not supporting it. For me, it's not that I'm saying we don't need it. I'm saying if we're going to do this, I don't know how we're going to say no to People's Church in a month when they come asking for $1 million to help with their elevator and sensory room and all those other things. We just don't have the money. And that's why it's not the idea that I can't support, it's the spend. Thank you.
Councillor Pauls, followed by Councillor Alex Wilson, and then myself, Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. And I guess Councillor Jackson and Councillor Spadafora just said what I was going to say. I know People's Church very well. Our church is also expanding. We have over 1,000 people at our church, and that's my concern as well. But in saying all this, I've been listening, and I want to make sure everybody knows I think this work is great. I think we do need a mid-sized music hall. I think it's a great location. And I just want to ask one thing. I did ask whether a loan would be okay. And just first of all, I want to ask staff, was that ever mentioned to the committee there, that maybe a loan and we could, maybe no interest, just a loan till you get on your feet and till you get the mid-size hall done and you get revenue? Was that ever mentioned?
Manager Lamb?
Through the chair, we followed the motion that was approved by council, which was to look at a grant. One thing I would ask, so we did not look at a loan, we did look at putting conditions on the grant. One thing is, as part of the community use plan, is to accommodate equity deserving groups and serving those needs. And I think as a nonprofit organization, it would be difficult for them to offer at below market rents and also use it as loans. But we pretty well just addressed what council had asked us to look into, which was a grant.
Okay. And I just want to say, I did get an email from Jennifer, and I really thank her for replying right away. She said, as a local church within a national church structure, we are prohibited by law to accept any loans against our building because the city is considered an external creditor. So I really appreciate that, and I understand. But what she said after really struck me, and I'm wondering, because it is a heritage building, and like I said, I think I would love to vote yes, and I'm considering at this time, because it's important. But she did say, if we don't receive the funding, the structural issues, including asbestos, cannot be remediated. It's within the interest of the whole city to provide this grant to further the business development plan supported by the staff. So I really want to thank you for saying that. I know economic, we need it. I think it's important where it is. I want to vote yes. I want to understand it more. It is a heritage building. But I know people are going to say, because I've had this week and the week before, because the taxes are coming in, and this is literally what people are telling me. They cannot afford the taxes. I actually, one lady was crying, and I'm trying to see what I can do to help her with the taxes, and I'm communicating with the city staff. So if I want to vote yes, I want to vote yes because it's something we must do, something that is needed, and which I see it's needed, something that if we don't do it, the building might collapse maybe. I don't think it's going to collapse. It's going to need work done. So I'm struggling. I really am. I'm really struggling. But when the mayor spoke and said, it's not going to affect our levy, it is taken from the capital account, economic, that reassured me a little bit more. So like I'm saying, I'm balancing two balls at the same time and not knowing how to proceed. But I will hear my other colleagues, but I want to say thanks to Jennifer. You did a great job up there, and thank you for emailing me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, my memory may be a bit fuzzy here, but I recall part of the reason we're in this specific spot here is because when we had that conversation that produced the motion that this is responsive to, the Ward 2 councillor, I originally offered to use discretionary Ward 2 funds, and there was a majority of council that said this is a citywide priority. We want to move ahead with this. No, it's irresponsible to be paying for this out of a ward reserve. This is a citywide priority dedicated in our citywide tourism plan. And so then we went about this cost. And so I think if I'm remembering correctly, I think that's important context to this conversation about the cost of it all. Other context that's top of mind for me is the report that was on our agenda earlier. We see the millions that we've invested in partnership, just like the mayor was saying, into private development applications, the Erase grant, all of these types of things. Those are seen as return on investment. Those are seen as investments in our community. No one here is saying, wow, we spent millions upon millions on all these private developers. Taxpayers can't handle that. So I think it's $1 million is $1 million. When we pick and choose, the value behind that investment and when taxpayers can and can't afford it based on what the money is as opposed to the raw numbers, I do take issue with that because I don't think it really brings what's trying to happen here, which is we need an event space in our downtown for folks to congregate to. The city said that, and we had a community partner come forward and say, we can help you meet that need that you've said. We're now exploring that partnership. If any other ward councillor had that same issue or that same outcome in their community, I'd hope they'd bring it forward. I'd hope we can consider how to meet that need. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not in 5 years, but let's get it on the list. Let's understand where those needs are. Let's understand the role of provincial or federal funding to bring it in. I don't see how the municipality being involved in these requests, even if don't end up being a funding partner, doesn't support getting good projects underway in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spadafora, could you please assume the chair?
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. One time I was approached by a musician who was lamenting the loss of live space. And it was a consequence of buildings being sold for development. And they were having to find venues outside of the city, despite the fact that the City of Hamilton has a declared music strategy. So to that end, if I could ask either Director Abbott or Manager Lamb, could you just speak to the particular niche that is declared to be in deficit at present for live entertainment?
Thank you, through the chair. To respond to the question, we have lost smaller music venues, certainly through COVID and over the last couple of years. We have larger venues that are beautiful soft seat venues, but are much more of a higher tier. It's that middle venues that we and a lot of cities don't have. It is a bit of a sweet. It's been called a sweet spot. That to increase what it is now, which I believe is just under 500 seats, to double it to 1,000, enables this organization to have a sound business model so that they have the right number of seats to be able to make their business model work. They are then able to offer performers or producers a much broader range of a more versatile venue so that they can scale down or be able to scale up, enabling their success. As I say, the inventory is the inventory. We do support as much as we can. We do work very closely with the Hamilton Music Alliance, and they're very supportive of the idea of having this medium-sized venue in our downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, could you just remind me of our music strategy action plan? What are the pillars of that plan, and why did we deem it to be part of our economic strategy?
Director.
Thank you, through the chair. The music strategy was developed in consultation with the community, the music community, and it is shepherded through the HMAT organization, which is the Hamilton Music Alliance, Hamilton Musical Action Team. My apologies. That team meets regularly in order to discuss their priorities are venues, access to venues, professional development so that young musicians will be able to find a place here in Hamilton to be able to grow into their profession without having to leave the city. And I would say that their third priority is really just to grow, again, music venue capacity in order to really deliver on that promise that Hamilton is an established music city.
Thank you. Is there anyone on the bench who can share with me what the average annual income is of an independent musician in Hamilton?
I don't know if someone wants to take that, nor do they have the answer. Anybody? Doesn't look like it, Councillor. Maybe you would have that information?
It's pretty low, Councillor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Pretty low. Thank you. My other final question before offering a comment is this venue space and the other spaces, it is not to be it is not the exclusive domain of the United Church or the New Vision churches for their use. It is deemed to be a community use. Can just someone confirm that for me? I'm trying to make a distinction here between the other references to faith-based activity.
Director?
Through the chair. To clarify the question, it's how much access would the community have? Certainly. So my understanding of their business model is that it's a bit twofold in terms of incorporating that cultural hub piece. The music venue itself, which is the 1,000-seat theater, is very focused on developing music and bringing in the music community. The other parts of that space, there's a series of rooms and other small potential studio spaces that can be used for a variety of things, including community meetings, performances, lessons, activities, programs, all things that many not-for-profits and charities are desperately looking for space right now in the downtown to be able to deliver those programs.
Councillor?
Me? Sorry.
GM?
To answer to interrupt, the average musician salary in Hamilton, Niagara Region, is reported as being approximately $37,000 a year, according to the Government of Canada. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor. You had a comment?
I just have one final question.
Sure.
And then a comment, please. My recollection is that we voted unanimously on an EDI strategy, and the previous council voted unanimously on a hate mitigation strategy. And I am struggling to remember, if anyone can help me, what the role in finding a space, a safe space for equity-deserving community, where that was bookmarked in those strategies, through the chair.
Just one sec, Councillor. We got some shuffling happening.
Through the chair, I'm going to defer this question to Jessica Chase, the Director of Children's and Community Services Strategies.
Through the chair, Jessica Chase, Director of Children's and Community Strategies. So the hate mitigation strategy, I would have to go back and double check if it explicitly does state the community hub component. However, we know that there was a motion that was brought forward by council to look at this. And I know through conversations that we've been having with our colleagues in economic development and tourism and culture, that one of the intents of the music hall component would be to ensure that it serves equity deserving communities. So in that respect, I think that it would align well with things such as the hate mitigation plan, as well as our community safety and well-being plan.
Thank you. That is my recollection as well. Just a comment. We've just had a lengthy discussion earlier today about the community reputational damage that comes when we have failing heritage infrastructure, and that we're reliant on the market to try and salvage and save and protect something that predates Confederation. This church predates Confederation. but no church, very few churches, would have the capacity in which to do the kind of investment that is needed. So this is an economic model that enables us to move forward in preservation and in activity. The Mayor Horwath referenced Montreal's approach. Absolutely, I had the great privilege to view some of those churches as a consequence of collaboration with a deliberate strategy to integrating churches into that city's economic development model. Because these old churches are absolutely unique. They will not be built this way again. They're too costly to do so. The other comment I would like to offer is that which a reference was made to the changing nature of our economy and our perhaps national identity in the last 6 months. I would submit that we have figured out that music and culture is key to our national identity. And that as a consequence of tariffs, the threat of tariffs, the danger posed to some musicians of crossing a border, every musician in our nation is a small business entrepreneur. That's it. They're an artist, whether they're struggling or not, they are a walking, breathing, singular small business. And they're absolutely vital to our economic future and to our national identity. And anything that we can do to further facilitate and incubate that identity, especially in the last 6 months, this is it. And I will speak to something that politically, for some reason, we don't want to speak to anymore, and that is the fundamental importance of a space solely for equity-deserving communities that face off-the-chart records of hate and discrimination. We committed as a council to lean into this principle of equity. We committed previously as a council to recognize the hate that is more groups are subject to than not, whether it be the LGBTQ community, whether it be a racialized community, whether it be Indigenous communities, the fact that they need a space to feel accepted, to build community and strength, and to express themselves without the threat of violence or discrimination is fundamental to this community, given our history. We have an asset here that we can maximize. We're getting perhaps a threefold return on our investment. We have conditions every $300,000 of investment to ensure those conditions are being met. I will be voting in favor. Thank you.
Take the chair back, Councillor. Thanks.
Councillor McMeekin, please, for a second time.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I've just changed what I wanted to say based on your comments. I want to thank you for stretching us out a bit here. I appreciate all the comments made around the horseshoe. And I think one of the most important strengths we have is we can disagree without being disagreeable. And it's in that context that I'm going to make a couple of remarks. I've always believed that without music and the arts, life is a mistake. I appreciate the fact that we're known as the ambitious city, the lunch pail town, the new emerging health center and everything else. But I'm particularly excited about this thing they call the Bohemian Index, where you're talking about art and culture being an economic driver that is shown so clearly in a number of other jurisdictions to be a driver, a key driver. We don't get a lot of chances to partner with people with the kind of imagination and commitment to innovation that we've seen from this particular group, particularly on a subject that's consistent, very consistent with our overall outlined and community-supported tourism strategy, and with particular emphasis on a revitalization of our core. And it needs to be said in a heritage building. Thank you, Councillor Esther, for your reference there. This is a rare opportunity that I don't think we can afford to to miss. And so I thank everybody for their comments. I continue to be now an even stronger supporter, given the debate that I've heard for this particular project. I think it will be a legacy for some of our staff people here who have worked so hard on it and deserve it one. And I hope that there's enough votes around this horseshoe to get this a little bit of giddy up on this project. Thanks.
Thank you. We've exhausted our list. Oh, beg your pardon. Councillor Clark, are you on the list?
Yes, can I ask Mr. Sleehan, how did this money come to be in your budget? It seems to be excess money in your budget. Is it excess money, or was it money that you had requested because you were going to propose using the money here?
Through Deputy Mayor to the councillor, this is part of our Economic Initiatives Fund. It's a block that we get every year from council. So we allocated $900,000 from that fund to this. So it's not part of our operating. It is a capital reserve.
And how much money is in that capital reserve?
I don't have the balance offhand right now, but this would not put us in a deficit position if that gives you some comfort.
No, I'm just wondering how much money is in there, because I'm hearing from taxpayers enough is enough. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing taxpayers saying taxes have gone up almost 20% over 3 years. Water rates have gone up 30%. A new rain tax has been added, this, that, and the other. And we don't seem to say no anymore. We seem to always find, I'm sorry, was I saying something humorous? We always seem to say, well, this is a rare opportunity. We should be taking this. We always seem to be coming to the table. The province is absent. The feds are absent. The feds have the cultural ministry that is responsible for these things. So we're going to spend $1 million for a church, ostensibly, to fix up their hall. There are hundreds of churches in Hamilton. Many of them have church halls that need fixing up. This is a challenge. When I read the business report, I understand that they're very passionate and compassionate about this. But the reason there's an absence of these halls is because these halls have been failing. We just lost 2 banquet centers that couldn't stay afloat for weddings, and I should add that they were having mini concerts, usually cover bands. So how much disposable income do people have to go to these concerts in this church? And if it doesn't work as a musical hall, then it becomes the church hall for the church. I continue to have concerns about giving this amount of money to a church. That is not our job.
Councillor Critch?
In the same vein as Councillor McMeekin, I'm going to agreeably disagree with that and say that, yes, there are many churches that need fixing up. We heard some comments today from councillors saying, hey, there's a situation going on over here and over here where we could do the same thing. Those churches are not proposing to give a benefit back to the city through a music venue by doing this partnership that I know of. There's no proposals on the table from these folks. If people want to bring proposals forward, I understand that. Like, if that's what people want to do, that's what the cities are here to do, is to partner with organizations for a citywide benefit. And this is not about banquet centers in other parts of the city. This is about our downtown core. I've heard so much in this term of council and in previous terms of council from everyone around this table about downtown revitalization, how much we care about it. Right now, the building's in a bit of a state, as we all know. And if you walk down the street, you'll find out that this is going to help us to preserve this heritage asset. It's going to make sure it's here for years to come. We're not talking about something, the other churches that were mentioned, I quickly Googled them, to be honest. I'm not someone who knows about every church in the whole city, but these aren't heritage assets in the same way. We're talking about something that's a vital resource. It's a gem in our city. It's featured in art and architecture, in books and magazines. This isn't something that we're talking about in passing. This is a vital part of our downtown infrastructure. We have a choice here to help encourage that, to help retain the heritage asset and do many other things, and open up a safe space for people. And just for those who don't know, the reason we're having this conversation in part, dating back to 2019, is because at that time, the city was concerned, and I'm still concerned personally, as a queer person, about the safety for queer folks, racialized folks, marginalized folks in our city, having a safe space to be. Part of the model behind this whole thing is addressing that concern. I was here to listen to delegates, and I think I was a delegate, if I recall correctly, on that motion. And many, many people from across our city came out to say, we need a space like this. And to Councillor Jackson's point from earlier, no, it's not exclusively going to be for just that. It'll be for all kinds of acts from across our community, everybody, but it will also be a space for some equity serving groups to have access to. So this isn't just simply one thing. It's about many, many things here. It's a heritage asset. It's a potential for us to deliver on our promise to have a music strategy. It's a way to help our downtown revitalization. And I agree with the mayor's point from last year, because I originally said, look, there's Ward 2 area rating reserve funds. We put some of those to this project. And she said, look, this is a citywide thing and it shouldn't be done that way. Let's have this come from the city. And so the city did is, like it does every year, is it applies for funding through the budget process. And we all had access to the budget. And in the budget process for years now, they've been acquiring this funding. And they decided the strategic way to invest this funding, which they've been acquiring for years, is to put it into this thing. There's going to be money left over. And that's what we do with our reserve funds and other kinds of capital investment funds, is we try to use them for strategic investments. So our staff have looked at the different investments in front of them and said, this is the one we want to spend the money on. This is not coming out of taxpayers' pockets today. This is something that's been planned for quite some time. And so I don't want people to walk away from this thinking that this is somehow just in the moment we're having now rhetorically when we're talking about this kind of stuff about inflation and tariffs. Those things are all very important. This is also a strategy and a plan that we had to do this work. And staff have been working on it for a long time. So I don't want anyone to think this is happening in a moment's notice or that suddenly next month we're going to be entertaining proposals. This has been on the table for years. So we've been doing this work for years, and I think we really should support this work. It's going to help contribute to, again, a vibrant downtown, cultural heritage, and keeping our city at the center of the music scene in this province, which is only going to benefit us economically and culturally. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, it has been duly moved and seconded. It's up for your consideration electronically. Thank you. Thank you. That carries 7-5. Before we do break for lunch, if we can just, okay. 8.7A, which is correspondence related to the item that we have just discussed and debated, moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor McMeekin to receive the correspondence. Any discussion on any piece? Seeing none, show of hands, please. Thank you. I would ask, thank you very much for your time and attention. We're going to take a 30-minute recess for lunch, break for lunch, and we'll reconvene at 2 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the General Issues Committee meeting of May 21st, 2025. We just had a break for 30 minutes for lunch. We're continuing on the agenda. We are at 8.8, the Facility Naming Subcommittee minutes of May the 8th. Councillor Tattison to put it on the floor, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Any discussion on this item? Recognizing Councillor Tattison, please.
Hi. I just wanted to thank the members of the subcommittee regarding naming a section of our arena in Glanbrook after Laverne Gaddy. Before Vern passed, he was very, very pleased to personally hear the recommendations of the subcommittee to rename the mezzanine at our Glanbrook Arena in his honor. Sadly, today the family and friends packed the Glanbrook Arena where we attended Vern's funeral service. We heard many stories of Vern's service in Glanbrook and the city, and Vern was known for just getting the work done, no matter how big the task. I also want to mention that Vern was also a very active member of our Committee of Adjustment, a position that he held and he took very seriously and was very honored to hold. I just wanted to let everybody on our committee here at General Issues to know how thankful the family and all of Vern's colleagues and friends were as they learned that this space will forever honor Vern's memory and his legacy in our community. We unveiled it today, so I would really appreciate your support on this. It was really a fitting and well-timed measure today and very appropriate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tattison. Any further speakers on this item? Thank you for those words. Our thoughts are with the Gaddy family. Vern Gaddy, Glanbrook Citizen of the Year 2014. Isabel Cole Memorial Award winner by the Glanbrook Rangers 2017. Ontario Hockey Association's Crystal Puck Award 2018. Committee of Adjustment member for so long, ongoing contributor to this community. And we're very, very grateful for his service, and we share in the community's loss. Thank you.
Thank
you. We need an electronic vote to approve those recommendations, which I'm confident will be unanimous. Thumbs up from Councillor Beattie. And Councillor McMeekin. That carries 12-0. Thank you, members. 8.9, reducing homelessness and managing encampments. Moved by Councillor Francis, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson to put it on the floor. Discussion, please, from members. Seeing none on my list. Oh, are you discussing? Okay, Councillor Francis, please.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was crystal clear when I asked for this detailed, itemized breakdown that the public could actually understand, right down to the things and items that were purchased, like TV brackets. I actually explicitly said that. Instead, we get these vague categories with little transparency. I just want to know, if staff can't list individual purchases in a public budget, it's going to raise serious transparency concerns. Can I just understand why this was so vague when I thought it was quite clear that we wanted a fair amount of detail in this report.
GM Mader, on the specificity of the items, please, and thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, I'll start and then I'm going to share this with my colleagues. So we provided the breakdown on the operational side. The Healthy and Safe Communities Housing Services team did. I will let Michelle Baird give the details about the way the breakdown is. We provide a overall budget to our operators that operate our shelters. We have high-level groupings of what they are required to deliver on and what we expect and expectations. And they then determine how best to deliver on those requirements and those deliverables back to us. They will then, after Michelle speaks, we can then turn it over to our Public Works, to Jackie Kennedy, General Manager Jackie Kennedy, and Cynthia Graham for the detail about the site preparation.
Director Baird.
Through the chair, Michelle Baird, Director of Housing Services. So yes, on the operational items, which really is Appendix B within the report, the level of detail, Councillor, that you're seeing before you in that appendix very much would align with the level of detail that we receive from our operators. So in our agreements with our operators, basically we outline what it is, the services that we expect them to deliver, what that looks like, what the outcomes we expect them to achieve are, and the budget attached to the same. And so we aren't in the I guess, the granular level of detail perhaps on the operation side. However, I can tell you that the items before you are very much in keeping with the type of details that we have with our other contracts with our other shelter providers as well. With respect to the TV brackets or the TVs, I guess more generally, if we want to talk about that particular item, those are not items that were purchased through this particular work as opposed to through the provider. And it's not something that's different, again, than we see in our other shelters, RCFs, et cetera.
Thank you.
I appreciate.
I think Director Kennedy was referenced, but I don't know if it is necessary. Nope. Okay. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarity. And I know that's not something that you typically don't provide. That's not what I was asking for. This was a very specific new request. This is not something we typically request to be put on public agendas, just given in light of the fact that this is a very contentious item. And I was more referring to Appendix A, the capital budget, which is 3.5 pages, and there was probably hundreds, if not thousands, of items that were purchased. So I thought I was crystal clear when I put that motion forward a few weeks ago. I guess I have to be, I got to break it down even further than that if I want clear direction. But I don't know how much more clear I could be about how much detail I want in a report. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, Councillor, it's per standard operating. They do this with their contracts. It's not out of order.
Councillor, I understand that. The point is, I made a specific request in a motion asking for a specific level of detail. I know that there's a standard that they bring forward, but I asked very explicitly for a specific amount of detail, and I didn't receive it.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Can I get some assistance in understanding what these shelters looked like when they came to us? I'm assuming they were in flat packs, and then someone had to open them up and attach the walls to the floors and ceilings, all that kind of thing. Is that the condition that we received these structures in? I'm thinking of IKEA in my head. That never works out well for me. I can't explain that. I always have spare pieces, but that's basically what these units were like. They came to us, we assembled them like one big giant Jenga, and then we had to make additions. Can you just speak to that, please?
Through the chair, Cynthia Graham, Director of Environmental Services. So you're correct. They came in flat parcels, and they were stacked on the trailer for transport. They were lifted off the trailer onto the ground, and then a crane attached to the middle pulled the roof up, and then the sides popped out. And then there was work to harden the insides to make them stay up, and then we're outfitted from there.
And so can we speak to the walls? I saw on here a drywall. Was there no, they weren't finished product on the inside? They were just an outside wall with metal struts that you had to bolt together, and then you had to put walls on? Is that correct?
Through the chair, the drywall was specific to the dividing wall between the double units. So
okay.
for the units that were going to be for individuals, 2 individuals in each of the units, there was a dividing wall in between. For the units that were dedicated to couples, that wall was not installed, but the drywall was required to make the separation of the units.
Thank you for that. Can I also drill down a little bit? I remember asking the question before all of this came to be about ensuring that these units were certified, that wherever you bought them, you have to make sure they were CSA certified, the Electrical Safety Authority, all of those wonderful regulatory bodies that have requirements for structures. So how much work had to be done to make them meet our Canadian standards?
Through the chair, there were additional electrical wiring requirements inside of each unit in order to comply with the standards of electrical safety. The wiring that was embedded within the units was determined to not meet that standard. So there was additional electrical. In addition to that, there was some insulation around the holes for the heater units. And I believe that's about it.
And then it goes on to talk about pot light modifications, floor insulation, fasteners, and hardware. So we had to do work to make them meet our fire code?
Through the chair, Hugh Levins, Senior Project Manager, Hamilton Water, Capital Delivery. I was seconded to the Housing Department to assist.
You're the lucky one.
I'm the lucky one, yes. So there was various things. You mentioned the electrical. There was also heating requirements associated with the units. The units came with supplemental heating, AC units, and we had to purchase additional heaters for the units to meet Canadian winters. And then insulation on the floor was to increase the use of those heaters to make sure that that was required.
Thank you very much. So the final number that you're providing here is 7.9 million with some change. The next page that you have, it's basically a sub-breakdown of the expenditures that looks for the most part from Rankin. So that's what, but that is already included in the main 7.9. So that's not an additional $2 million, correct? Because I don't want the public to be a little bit confused on that.
Through the chair, that's correct. So the items that are listed there are included in the overall costs of the project.
Thank you. I've heard a lot of comments in the public about the cost per bed. So do you have a breakdown as what the cost was per bed? And would that costing have to include the environmental stuff that we did outside in terms of asphalting and all the rest of it?
Through the chair to the councillor, we don't have that. We could figure that out for you, councillor. That would include all of the components of it. Generally, when we talk about the cost per bed, it's more on the operational side. But for this purposes, we could break that down.
Okay, and on the operational side, an ongoing expenditure annually, what is that figure?
Through the chair, I think some ciphering is going on.
I haven't heard that term in a long time. I think it was Beverly Hillbillies. Got some ciphering to do.
Through the chair, sorry, I'm going to jump in now.
Sorry.
That's okay, I wasn't sure if we're good to go. So the full operational cost is $4 million. That's the total operational dollars.
So we're going to spend $4 million a year to operate 80 beds.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Critch.
Thanks. I had a couple questions for you. When I'm looking at the unit modifications similar to Councillor Clark, just trying to understand, I've been to the site. I was there actually when I saw one of the units being set up. So I had a generally pretty good sense of how it all works. But my question for you is about things like the couch, bed, space, just from memory, other kinds of things in there, TVs, whatever they might be. Are those all sort of captioned or unit modifications in the capital Appendix A sheet? Like, are they captured, in what category are they broadly captured in?
Through the chair, under the construction, that would have been the additional electrical to bring up to code, the additional insulation, any sort of site modifications. But the beds themselves, anything supplied or added to through the operator would fall under the operating dollars.
Just for my own clarity, could you be a little more specific about where in Appendix B I might find that?
If you're watching, staff are just conferring.
Councillor, can I get you to repeat that? I'm sorry, through the chair.
Sure.
Can I get
So-
you just to repeat the specifics?
My understanding at a basic level is we have the units themselves, and then we have to add a bunch of things to the units. So then my thinking was, oh, unit modifications would be in the capital budget would include all the things we modify the unit about, meaning the bed, the couch, TVs, TV brackets, whatever they might be that's in there. But I'm understanding that's not actually the case. Those are the operational side of things. Okay, so in the broad categories you've got here, where are all the internal things that we added to the unit on the operational side captured in Appendix B exactly? Like what broad category? Or subcategory, if you can tell me.
Through the
because
chair,
there's subcategories. Yeah.
thank you, Councillor, for clarifying. I understand the ask now. So some of those items, the bed, the bench, et cetera, that you would have seen inside the cabins, those actually came with the cabins. So it wasn't a modification. They were fixed within the cabin, and so they weren't modified. With respect to things like the TV brackets, bedding, those kinds of things that you might have seen in the unit. So our provider did provide some of those items. In fact, those items are provided by the provider. When we think about Good Shepherd as the operator there, that's no different perhaps than what they might do in some of their shelters. Some of that comes through their operating budget. You're not seeing it here because it's not part of that. They also, of course, have charitable donations they receive and things like that. So we through this budget, through this operations, did not pay for the TVs, and that's what I was trying to say before. Sorry, I wasn't clear.
No, that wasn't clear to me before, so thank you for clarifying. So those aren't actually expenses that are part of the costs that the city has incurred up to date. Those are things that are part of what goes on the other side of this equation, which are things that the shelter provider can bring to the table on their own side, in kind, perhaps, amounts that are done. My understanding, and take your point, Councillor Francis, that you wanted more detail. When I read the motion, which is what council approved, and I understand you're asking for specific things, but council approved this motion, not you. And in this motion, it says quite clearly, looking for a cost detailed breakdown or a full breakdown by May 21st. When I read that and understood the scope, I was like, oh, this is exactly what I expected. And frankly, I think it's more than I expected a little bit. We have pie charts that are like tracking the percentage of each one of the categories, which I think is really helpful in terms of the public being able to see where was most of the money being spent, where was least of the money being spent. So it makes sense to me. I think if you're looking for an item, I think what you're saying is you would like to see an itemized level at the receipt level, right? So here are all the things that we gave them for. Here are all the things that Good Shepherd spent. If you want to kind of audit accounting back and forth of that, which staff are saying they don't do with this kind of project or any kind of shelter project at that level of granularity, I don't think there's any chance that we could ever produce that in a 2-week period if it's not something we're already doing as a common practice. So I'm just announcing here to myself saying, like, this is exactly what I expected. I think it's helpful in giving a clear picture of what's going on. And I really appreciate you saying there are a bunch of costs that have nothing to do with the funding here. So I think it wouldn't have been possible regardless, even if you'd wanted that level of detail for us to provide it, because it's not something the city has any control over. Those are all totally subject to the Good Shepherd folks. I do think, though, it would be helpful to maybe parse those things from one another. So I'm not saying today, this moment, tell us all the different items, but I didn't understand that at all. So it's good to know that there's a whole bunch of things they're bringing as in kind to this, which maybe also should be included somewhere in the future, or when we track these kinds of things, or when we report back, it's just having a list of in-kind items that the charitable provider is giving, so that we know what columns those fall into.
Thank you. Any further speakers on this item? Councillor Spadafora.
Sorry, Chair, I was late on the microphone there. So just to be clear, if we want to speak about the motion, how it was approved in the timeline, motion Councillor Francis moved was strictly on capital. I asked to add operations. I don't believe Councillor Francis nor I were looking to go into a line-by-line detail on operations. The overage that we talked about at that meeting was in regards to setting up Barton and Tiffany, and that we had overages, and I might be wrong, 5.1 million. And the majority of them, if not all, were on the capital side. And then we added operations. So I don't believe Councillor Francis, and I'll let him speak for himself and clarify, but I'll speak for me. I don't know that there's more detail that we're looking for from an operational budget standpoint. In saying that, I don't think that moving forward, we should have a process where maybe we do ask for more details on an operational side. That's a separate conversation for a separate day. At the end of the day, we spent $1 million on electrical rewiring. $1 million on electrical rewiring. Do you know how many electricians? Again, maybe that we spent $890,000 on material. I don't know that. Right now, I have a chart that says $987,000, I think, for electrical expense. I don't know. I'd like a breakdown. How many electricians? How much did we pay per hour? What did they do? Was it 100 electricians there for one day? Was it 6 electricians for 2 weeks? Like, $1 million in electrical work is a massive number. And we're talking, how many units? 40? $1 million to rewire 40 units. I can't imagine what you can rewire, how many houses you can wire, single-family detached houses you can wire for $1 million. So, again, just to clarify, because there's been some comments about what we asked for. I don't think there's issues on the operational side. I think we're happy with what we see, and I'm glad that this is what we normally get from our shelter providers. And I'm A-okay with that. And if people around this table want to go into more detail, granular details on the operational side for all our shelters, well, someone can move a motion to do that. We need to get down to the costs of why we spent the money we spent on the capital side. It's $5.1 million overage. That is, for lack of better terms, insanity. It's insanity. And I'm not trying to be rude, and this isn't me throwing this on staff. Staff did a job, and I get that. But $1 million on electrical, and we're finding that out today, and I don't know if that was for 2 electricians, 100 electricians, or for material or for labor, or a combination of both. $1 million is just, it's outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous.
Mayor Horvath?
Thanks very much. I wasn't able to be available for the last time this discussion occurred. But I do have to say that, and I've said it before, and I don't think people, appreciate it, but I'm going to say it again regardless. This is the first time we've ever done something like this. Have we learned some lessons? Absolutely. Staff will admit that right off the hopper. I know of other projects where they did their first foray into this kind of housing where all the bottoms fell out of the units because they didn't do the due diligence to make sure that things were going to meet the climate requirements of their complex. We didn't have our units have the floors fall out. We didn't have people without heat. We didn't have, fire risks with the fire separation walls because notwithstanding the fact that these things weren't clearly put forward in our RFP, I guess, or not our RFP, but our requirements for the sourcing of the product, we made sure that they were safe, and that cost some money. We also made sure that the grounds were appropriate for people to be residing on them. And again, the community was quite concerned about the use of that space. I have to say, though, I think people need to remember that there wasn't a whole bunch of activity when it comes to the various wards in terms of putting up potential spaces for this kind of complex to be put together, to be initiated. There was the offer for the Barton Tiffany location, both wards 1 and 2 impacted. And I have to say, that's leadership is when you solve the problems and try to come forward with initiatives that make a difference. So if we look now at what's happening in terms of the parks that everybody's so concerned about, we're solving that problem partially because of the expansion of our shelter system, including this particular endeavor, as well as the other units that have been added to our roster. Because of the crisis that we continue to have. And I also just want to remind people we're in a crisis. I mean, that crisis has not resolved. We know that there continues to be a significant number of people who are living unhoused in our community, and it's growing. It's not reducing. Was this perfect? Absolutely not. Was it necessary? Absolutely. Were we in an emergency? Yes, we were. Did staff come forward with a report outlining exactly what they were planning to do as a result of the council decision to go ahead with a staff report that would provide exactly this, a path forward for solutions? Council did tell staff to go ahead and do that. So even council may have learned some things in terms of how we go forward when there are initiatives that are unique and problem solving and innovative. I think that there are things that we've learned, yes, but there are also problems that we've solved, people. And let's not forget that. There are problems that we have solved. And they're solved because, notwithstanding that there were a number of councillors putting up their hands saying, we don't want it in our backyard, we don't want it in our ward, I don't want it in my ward. We now have a place where people are having an opportunity to not only have shelter, but to have services, to have mental health counseling services, to have healthcare services, to have access to addiction services, to have not only a roof over their head, as I said, but some common space for recreation, some food, some water, showers, laundry, pets, opportunity to live with partners. These are all the things that we're missing in our normal shelter system. These are all the things that this particular space provides. Did we invest dollars in these solutions? We did. I don't know how many of you are hearing from folks who are saying they're happy to see that the parks are available this spring. I'm hearing that in my office. That's because we're solving problems. And again, there are probably a lot of other examples of where these kinds of initiatives, these kinds of innovations, these kinds of emergency responses have been implemented. I mentioned one where the floors literally fell out from underneath the units that that particular community put in place. That didn't happen because we notwithstanding the deficiencies, and I think everybody who's ever been in a new home or a new space knows that there are always deficiencies. The deficiencies were addressed in a professional way. And I just want to say one last thing, and that's to the people that we contracted to put this work together, to put this project together. They were amazing. And they had some really, really moving stories to share when I went to visit before people had moved in, about how meaningful it was for them to be contractors on the site, because they knew they were building and partnering with the city to put together something that was going to really make a difference in people's lives. I think that's important too. So, let's just remember the history of how this all happened. I want to thank the staff. I think that they were courageous in the work that they did. And again, we have something to learn from it, absolutely. But what we also need to learn is that innovation matters. And when you're in a crisis, in an emergency situation, that's what you do. You innovate and you try to find those solutions. And I'll just end by saying this. One of the things that we asked specifically was for units that can be reused. In other words, you put them up, and then when you don't need them anymore, you can fold them down and move them somewhere else for another purpose. Why? Because it's a temporary outdoor shelter. It's not a permanent community. At least that's the goal, from my perspective, that we have as a council and as a city. We don't want people living in temporary shelter. We want affordable housing. We want transitional housing and supportive housing. We want people to have the kinds of support services they're getting in this particular space everywhere, to help them move to a more dignified, full-time space where they can thrive. And I think this is a stepping stone for many people that are in that complex right now, and hope to be able to see a Hamilton where we can start to take down those units and know that people are able to get the kind of housing that they deserve. Thanks very much.
Councillor Pauls. Are you okay, Councillor? All right. All right. Thank you. Through the chair, can I just ask about the operational? Just curiosity. It says that the insurance was $20,000. I'm wondering, is that insurance cover liability, or is it just for theft or for fire for the building? Is it just the building? I know because a long time ago, my husband had an insurance company, so I just want to know what that was for, or if it excludes liability if something were to happen to someone that lives there.
Director Baird, is that you?
Through the chair. So the insurance you're seeing here, again, is in keeping with the insurance that we have that our other shelter providers as well are required to provide. So it's beyond the building. I don't have the conditions, Councillor, of the insurance clauses here, but it covers Good Shepherd property because they're using our site, of course. Should something happen, it covers the physical structures, that kind of thing. So if need be, we can bring back further information, or I can follow up with you, but that's the general types of insurance.
Yeah, I'm just wondering then, what I'm hearing is that the Good Shepherd, this is like a rider, they put it in their insurance? Is that what I'm hearing? It's a sub? That's why it's only $20,000? So it does cover liability and everything under the Good Shepherd, because it's an added rider to the policy. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the chair, yes. So in this site, it's a little bit different than our other sites because usually our shelters own the spaces that they're operating within. In this case, because we own the building, it's slightly different. However, it's our typical liability. There's protection of property, assets, that kind of thing within the insurance.
Okay, thank you for that. The next one I wanted to ask, where was it? The $672,000 for security. The security, is it security? Is that including the 2 police officers that we allocated? that I think it was over $1 million. Is that including that? Or it can't be, but, and is this for the year as well? Like have we spent $672 since we opened the shelter, the outdoor shelter?
Through the chair, Councillor, these security costs are specific to the Tiffany Barton temporary shelter, so it's security for the site itself. We are required to provide 24/7 security on the site, and that's what these funds are for. It's not at all related to the Hamilton Police or the work that's happening in encampments.
Okay. So I just want to be clear. When we hire extra police officer for the encampment, is that separate from the $7.9 million or included in that?
Through the chair, that's separate.
That's separate. So really it's costing us more than $7.9 million, right? Because I think it was over $1 million for extra.
I think there's costs in relation to encampments, and then there's costs in relation to the outdoor shelter. But Director Baird, for clarification?
Through the chair, yes. Thank you for the question. They're two separate initiatives completely. So we have the encampment response, and Councillor, I believe that's what you're talking about. The costs before you here are specific to the costs of operation and capital related to the outdoor shelter specifically.
So when I see the operation, it's $4,045,602. Is that for the whole year or just up to today?
Through the chair, those are annual costs.
Annual
the total.
costs. Okay, thank you.
Before I move on to second-time speakers, looking to exhaust first-time speakers. Okay, Councillor Clark has a second time, please.
Thank you. And I neglected to thank staff for all of this work. It was a great deal of work to gather all this together and put it into the report in the manner that you did. It's comprehensive, it's understandable, and I think it gives the real numbers in terms of where we are. The challenge that I'm still faced with is trying to understand how we tendered or procured the contract for the company that provided the shelters, given that the company didn't exist 3 weeks before. And so I thought we had asked for the Auditor General to look into that. Is that the case? Can I perhaps get confirmation of where we stand on the status of that work, perhaps through the City Manager? And that's my last question.
Through you, Madam Chair, the Auditor General is investigating this and will return. I don't have an update currently in terms of the timing for that, but I will circle back and report back.
Thank you, City Manager.
Councillor Cretch.
Thanks. I have a couple questions following what everybody else has been saying briefly. If I did some quick math on just the $7.9 million figure and the $4 million figure, so capital is $7.9 million, about $4 million is ongoing operating costs, and you divide that number by 80 folks who are there, and you get $51,000 in annual operating costs approximately, and then capital costs at around $99,000 per person. What I would like to understand is if we have a figure we work with regularly for shelter operations that we could compare that to and say, wow, this is above the average, below the average. I'll add anecdotally that when we're talking about housing, we're talking about costs that are much higher for supportive housing in the range between $400,000 and $600,000 a unit for capital, and then operating costs that are, I think, between around $30,000 a year operating. And those are for sort of permanent housing, but I don't really have any information about exactly how much it costs on average for us to run these kinds of programs from a capital perspective and a operating perspective in our shelter system. So do you have a general sense of what those numbers look like?
Through the chair, so with respect to our regular shelter system outside of Tiffany Barton, it ranges anywhere from $40,000 to $60,000 per year per person. And I'm giving you the range. I'm giving you the range because it differs by sector And so depending on the sector we're working with, it depends on the size of the building. So there are some savings to be had sometimes, but we're looking at 40 to 60,000. So in this case, it's not out of line. I would say this is tending toward the higher side. However, the level of service here is probably a bit higher than what you're seeing in some of our shelters. We're also working with a population that we haven't necessarily worked with before. And so this one probably is running on the higher side of operational dollars.
Sorry to clarify, was that $40,000 to $60,000 in operational per year? You mentioned whether it was operational or capital.
Through the chair, yes. So those are operational dollars on an annual basis. So on the very low end of our shelter system, I think we have a shelter that's operating at approximately 33,000 annually, but on average, it's 40 to 60,000 per person operational dollars.
So the operation part is not out of whack, but we don't have a lot of context, I imagine, for capital because the city's not building shelters on a regular basis. In order to gather the information, we'd have to look at specific shelter providers like who provided those kinds of things and have built shelters. Typically speaking, though, that's not even the activity usually. What's happening, at least in the last 25 years, is people are modifying existing spaces, those kinds of things. You're not making investments in purpose-built shelter spaces because we're trying to make sure that that money is spent on housing. Is that an accurate understanding of where we're at?
Through the chair, yes. For the most part, we haven't built new shelters in Hamilton in years. We did have the move of Mission Services from one location to another. They didn't build a new building. It was repurposing an existing building. So it's not necessarily comparable. I can tell you, though, that we don't have comparable numbers. On the capital side, you're right. But on the operational side, it's certainly not out of line with what we might expect given the acuity of the clients.
Thanks. I think it would be helpful to look at other municipalities who've done this work to see what their operational and capital costs were, specifically capital costs. I know out in Halifax, I believe, they put something together that was somewhat similar, but the costs there were, I think, around $10 million in capital costs, where ours are around $8 million in capital costs. So not sure if that's really a comparator, but just saying that might be helpful information if we can do that at some point, if there's further reporting on this. I guess my question is to follow from Councillor Spatafora's comment about the electrical. And get a sense, if I could, from the folks who spent time on the site. When I did go there, it did seem like a lot was being done to provide electrical infrastructure, not just the providing the electricity or electrical infrastructure to the tiny shelters themselves, but actually on the site in general. The reason I say that is because this is not a normal type of situation with respect to the site itself. Right, so we're not dealing with a serviced site in some kinds of ways. And so I'm trying to understand, because it is a high number. I come from a family of electricians, so I understand at least the basics. And I'm trying to understand if you could explain why the costs, I mean, some of that portion is probably emergency related, right? So you're asking people to come do this on an emergency basis. So there's probably a premium for emergency work like there is for our emergency services in our city. All emergency services come at a premium. But beyond that emergency services premium, could you talk about perhaps what the other costs might be? And if there's a breakdown you have in your head, I'd love to have it.
Through you, Chair. Councillor, so generally the site had hydro poles required, transformers, working with the utility, multiple revisions of the design as it was changing as we went through. Essentially, the shelters themselves were, there's crews moving along through each phases. There was 8 phases in total. And over the span of the 15 weeks that construction was happening, there was overtime work over weekends to get the project done in a timely manner.
I guess that gives me a bit more of a picture. And I think if we have questions here that can give us a bit more information to get a sense of, okay, it was 8 crews of people and they're working over 15 weeks. They're installing new transformers and other kinds of things. That at least gives us a sense of what it's like. And if that's the kind of detail that people are looking for, this seems to be the opportunity to ask those questions. And if we need to get that kind of detail and move a report to get more of it, okay. But it seems like there's people in the room who can actually answer the questions if we have them.
Councillor Francis, please. Order.
Just want to be clear, it wasn't me that you're calling order on.
My mother's voice was directed elsewhere.
I want to thank Councillor Spatafor actually for clarifying that I actually was in fact discussing the capital expenditure request, the detailed version of that, not operation. And My question, because it's come up in conversation here, is there a plan to reuse these shelters? And if so, what are the potential uses of these shelters?
Through the chair, we indicated that in a couple of the reports ago, we talked about the ability to reuse them in case of an emergency. If there was another emergency of a fire and that they could be resurrected in a parking lot, they could be then housed individuals. We use the YMCA fire from last summer as an example, that if we had some kind of a resource like this, we could have been able to tap into that.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. To be completely honest with you, I am very skeptical that these are going to be reused, given the fact that it's taken millions of dollars to upgrade them, millions of dollars in electrical that's going to be thrown out. I have really a hard time just believing these are going to end up anywhere but a landfill based on the quality that's been described and the vast amount of money to just retrofit these things. I know that's surprising when you order something off of Temu. And Mayor Horvath's right. This is the first time we have taken on something like this, but it should be the last. We shouldn't be doing things this way, and taxpayers are not a blank check for costly experiments. And going forward, we need tighter oversight and full transparency from day one.
Thank you. Councillor Spatafora, could you take the mic, please? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a few questions. My recollection of previous reports, it's been stated or hinted that regrettably this is kind of an emerging industry of small cabins, perhaps brought out of a crisis that's unfolding and has been unfolding across the land. And I thought I heard Mayor Horvath refer to perhaps some municipalities' experience with a type of cabin that was less than optimal. My question through the acting chair is there someone or somebody out there that is following these purchases and perhaps assessing what might be a best practice in terms of longevity, the capacity to withstand Canadian weather, et cetera? Through the chair.
GM Mater.
Through the chair, yes, we're working with our partners through OMSA, the Ontario Municipal Social Service Association, with all of the other housing service managers in the province and learning from each other. And as Mayor Horvath did reference, that we know that some areas have had challenges with the kinds of facilities that they ordered. We also have heard too from some more recent purchases too, they've gone much higher end. You know, they're costing somewhere in the vicinity of $50,000 per structure. So there is a wide variety that we're all learning from each other on. And so we are collecting that information in case we ever need it in the future.
Through you, Madam Chair. Oh, Mr. Chair, if you'll indulge me to add to it.
Sure.
I just want to add that anecdotally, we've also heard from some of our partners who have worked in different locations that these are of a better quality than they've experienced in the past. So I do just need to make a correction respectfully that, of course, these weren't ordered through Temu or others of that nature. It is important to note that staff did do due diligence and worked hard to find something of the standard that would be expected. Thank you.
Councillor?
Thank you. So if that work and study is ongoing at the at OMSA, will there be an opportunity, perhaps, I take that's just an internal professional association, that information stays and perhaps informs municipal work in the future, but is there an actual opportunity for elected bodies to hear from that, or does that just inform staff work moving forward? Through the chair.
GM Mater.
Through the chair, generally it does just inform the information in that, but there's nothing that could preclude us from sharing that information in a report back along the way.
Councillor?
Thank you. I think that would be helpful. On the operational cost of 40 to 60K a year per person, I thought we had a discussion here as a body in our frustration with perhaps the absence of the province of Ontario that capital is not really the cost, it's the operational when it comes to people who are in need of supportive housing. So if I could ask, a comment was made in that regard that the level of service, or perhaps this population we haven't worked with to date. Could I just have a little bit more information on that? That might be a cause of some of the higher end cost. I'm not sure. Thank you.
Director Baird?
Through the council, through the chair to the council. So this particular shelter is providing shelter, as you know, to individuals who are coming from encampments. That was the prioritized population that we were working with. And so these are individuals who've been in encampments for some time and haven't found sufficient shelter space in past. We're also housing couples here, something that we haven't been able to do in our traditional shelter, and individuals with pets, so trying to accommodate a number of pets within one site and the staffing around it. The other piece is there are individuals here. I don't want people to think it's just couples and pets that are here, because it's certainly beyond that. And there are some people here who needed the individual space that we can't accommodate in some of our shelters as well. So all of those things, it's just a bit more of a complex environment that we might see elsewhere. So we are seeing a bit more acuity in some individuals too. So that's what's driving us perhaps to the higher end of operational costs. No different than we see in our regular shelter system, for example, the costs associated with women's shelters because of the needs in those environments tend to be slightly higher. So it's not out of line, it's just populations we haven't worked with in this way in past.
Councillor?
Thank you. I appreciate that summary, that there may be individuals here who haven't been or couldn't be successful in a shelter. And rather than having these individuals encamped in our parks, this is perhaps one way in which they get the supports that they need in order to perhaps make them more successful in that transition, so that they're not on a revolving door. Thank you. I don't know if I have to move. I'll do it at council and confer further with GM Mader on perhaps, so that we're not looking at things in isolation. We can learn from that best practice and have that on record. Thank you. I'll assume the chair.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none. It has been duly moved and seconded. We'll have an electronic vote, please. Thank you. That carries 12-0. To my colleagues, earlier today, as we started, I asked for a slight amendment to the agenda so that we could receive an update on Bill 17, an early day assessment. And the reason I asked for this, full disclosure, is sometimes our timeline perhaps does not work as well in getting information out and perhaps helping us understand and helping the people that we work for understand what could be significant in terms of its impact. So our cycle may not align politically. So to that end, I asked for, and I appreciated your support to have that amendment. I'm going to look to Acting GM Robichaud and perhaps GM Zgaric for a brief summary of Bill 17, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. As you indicated, the province recently released Bill 17, which is Protect Ontario by Building Faster and Smarter Act, and that was introduced in the legislature on May 12th. Bill 17 received second reading on May 15th, but it is not being referred to standing committee at this point in time. Bill 17 is a part of a larger package of proposed regulations and consultations that have been posted on the Environmental Registry of Ontario, and these consultations closed on June 11th, 12th, and 26th, based on the different postings. Staff issued a communications update on Bill 17 and the associated regulations on May 16th, and that was a joint communications prepared by planning, PED staff and corporate services staff because of the changes to the Development Charges Act. Bill 17 and the associated regulations are being assessed by staff, and staff will be bringing forward a report. However, in order to meet the ERO deadlines, staff may find it necessary to make direct submissions to the province, but will be following up with reports to council seeking ratification as has been done in the past. I would like to point out that Bill 17 is reflective of the pace of legislative changes that we have seen since 2018. The frequency of the Planning Act changes since 2018 have been 2 times the rate of changes that we saw between 1990 and 2017. So it is a constant factor. And just looking at those changes as they relate to what it's meant for as an organization, we've had to bring forward 6 official plan amendments, 3 fee bylaw reviews and updates, 2 new site plan control bylaws, a new parkland dedication bylaw. As I understand it, 2 development charge bylaws were also done under that time period. A community benefits charge bylaw was developed. We did a major restructuring of the development planning and growth management divisions within planning and economic development to respond to the legislative timeframes. And this does not even include the changes under the Ontario Heritage Act that were introduced through Bill 23 and the other legislation, which required administrative and process changes. Of particular note as it relates on the Planning Act component is the province is proposing to make changes to the Planning Act as they relate to complete applications. Any municipality that seeks to prepare an official plan amendment dealing with what a complete application can and cannot include will require ministerial approval of that official plan amendment. The City of Hamilton currently has complete application policies in our official plan, and we're not proposing any amendments to those. However, the province is also proposing to establish regulations to outline what a municipality can and cannot ask for as part of a complete application. And based on the ERO posting, the province right now is focusing on urban design related matters. So the province is proposing to say that municipalities cannot request a sun shadow study, a municipality cannot request a wind study, or cannot request an urban design study as part of a complete application. This does create conflicts as it relates to the City of Hamilton official plan, because if you look at our policy framework around intensification and urban design, we require that proponents demonstrate as part of an application that there will be no adverse impacts as it relates to sun shadow and wind studies. And we have very specific policies as to how those sun shadow or wind studies are to be prepared, when they are to be prepared, and how they are assessed. In addition, our policy framework talks about urban design, community character, and ensuring that new development fits within the context of a neighborhood. It does not have to be the same, but we do strive for issues of compatibility. And often you have heard me say density without design equals disaster. And part of that is community buy-in on intensification is ensuring that it is high quality design that fits in within the neighborhood context. In addition, the province is proposing to issue a regulation that will automatically allow for a 10% variation to a zoning bylaw regulation in terms of setbacks, that if a dwelling or a structure cannot meet the zoning bylaw, but is within 10% of what the required setback is, it would be permitted as of right. So for example, if the zoning bylaw required a 10-meter setback and somebody was proposing a dwelling located at 9.5 meters, that would be deemed to comply with the zoning bylaw. There would be no requirement to go to the Committee of Adjustment, nor would there be any assessment of the impacts of that 10% reduction. The biggest area of potential impact relates to side yard setbacks if we're now encroaching into the required swales, and what will that mean in terms of overland flow routes and drainage and those considerations. There are other amendments being proposed to facilitate the development of schools. For example, portable classrooms will be exempted from site plan control, and that the use of a public school and any ancillary use will be permitted as of right on any lands within a municipality located in the urban area that permit a residential use. There has been a lot of discussion around green development standards. The province is proposing to amend the Building Code Act to essentially state that any bylaw that is passed or to prohibit the passage of a bylaw that would be more restrictive than the building code. I would point out that the Ontario Municipal Act already contains this provision under section 97.1, where it enables municipalities to have green development standards or a green roof standard. And in that section of the Municipal Act, it already states that where there's a conflict between a green development standard and the building code, then the building code prevails. So we as staff are not sure why the province is proposing this change. And then the final major area of changes relate to development charges. The province is proposing to exempt long-term care homes from development charges, to impose limits on eligible capital costs, to establish a simplified DC bylaw amendment process, and the one that has generated a fair amount of media reporting is the deferral of DCs for residential development to occupancy. So instead of at the time of issuance of the building permit, the developer would defer this to occupancy, so we would need to put in place a process to ensure that those development charges are paid at that time. In addition, there's also some corresponding changes that are along to the Metrolinx Act, the Ministry of Infrastructure Act, and the Transit Supportive Development building around transit stations, which are essentially to harmonize the powers. Metrolinx currently has a permitting power and a regulation power to help build transit faster. So the province is seeking to harmonize that legislation where there are not private sector developers proposing to build in and around GO stations. So as I indicated, staff are currently assessing the full implications of these proposed legislative changes, the regulations, some of which have not been completely issued, but a consultation paper, or the other consultation that the province is currently proposing to engage in, and we will be reporting back. In the communications update we issued last Friday on May 16th, in case anyone is looking, we have included hyperlinks to the various ERO postings and the other documents, in case there's anyone is interested in following those hyperlinks or seeking more information. So thank you very much. Those are my comments right now on Bill 17. I don't know, Mike? Or Mr. Zagaric, sorry, I apologize.
Through the chair, I'll answer to both. Acting GM Robichaud spoke to some of the DC changes. I'll just note that at tomorrow's AFNA agenda item 8.7 provides an overview report. Staff have provided overview report with respect to Bill 17 and the proposed amendments to the DC Act. Acting GM Robichaud spoke to majority of the proposed changes. The one additional item I'll just add to the overview is that in addition to the legislative changes, the province has announced that they are exploring the use of public utility municipal corporations. And the interest may be that transitioning water and wastewater utilities out of city departments into standalone municipal corporations may alleviate the requirement for development charges for water and wastewater and transition those responsibilities onto utility bills. So it would reduce the requirement of development charges for water and wastewater and result in additional debt that the municipal corporations would have to take on, and they would service that debt from existing ratepayers and taxpayers. So just noting that addition of something that the province of Ontario is investigating and may propose some further changes. And again, there is a overview report that is on tomorrow's AFNA agenda item 8.7 that provides a comprehensive overview of Bill 17 and the proposed Development Charge Act changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before going to a speaker, just to clarify, Acting GM Robichaud, you mentioned 6 OPAs, 3, those sorts of things locally that's had an impact on. Do you know, since being elected in June of 2018, how many different pieces of planning legislation the Government of Ontario has put forward?
The Planning Act has, Mr. Chairman, the Planning Act, to my recollection, has been amended 28 times by this current government. Some of those changes are fairly minor. There was a word or phrase that was amended as a result of other legislative changes. There have been 6 major fundamental shifts in the planning framework in Ontario, and a total of included in that 28. But there have, so as you can imagine, for staff, both planning, legal, it's a lot of work to stay current as to all of these legislative changes and understand that. In addition, we've had a new policy statement issued and the repeal of the growth plan within that time frame.
Thank you. Councillor McMeekin.
Yeah, thanks very much. You actually asked the primary question I had, how many times. I thought it was 34, but I'm relieved it was to where it was only 28 changes. Yeah, I remember lamenting in what now seems like a previous lifetime, maybe a year ago. It's amazing how fast things change. Asking the question, how in heaven's name you even staff keep track of all the changes? Seems every time we gather around the horseshoe, there's a new process, a new, and that's just Bill 17. We got Bill 5 pending too. That's the Endangered Species and the Let's Destroy the Wetlands Act. But that'll be another comment, I guess, down the road. It's amazing because, regardless of what happens, we around the horseshoe end up wearing it. Stormwater, now we're going to get if I'm reading between the lines and hearing it correctly, maybe another regime around reporting water and stormwater and other things. So I hope there's a good communication plan that's going to be rolled out with all of this. It's above my pay grade, but maybe somebody on the bench can do that for us. Thanks.
Councillor Clark.
So, Chair, have our staff been able to assess the financial implications of switching development charges to occupancy? Because from my framework, that means we'd have to pay for the sewers, the water pipes, the sidewalks, the roads, the parks, I could go on, lighting. How are we going to do that? Are we now going to have to incur debt and wait until we get money through the DCs at occupancy?
Through the chair, the report that is being presented at AFNA does not include the financial impacts that will come forward, I expect, in the late summer and fall, based on better information with respect to what is proposed, what's ultimately amended, and staff will have to make some estimations with respect to the pace of development and growth. This is the risk or exposure to the city will be subject to the number of, or the amount of activity in the development community, and that's difficult to interpret in today's market, even having consulted with the industry as they are uncertain with respect to the volume of developments that may proceed in the short term. As well, just in terms of the timing from building permit to occupancy, it is a cash flow issue for the municipality, and so that's the information we would come back and report back with respect to cash flow. I think it's clear that this is a provincial expectation based on Bill 17 that municipalities will adopt. We'll also have to identify the administrative requirements in order to support these changes. As Acting General Manager Robuchon identified, corporate services equally are challenged with respect to all these changes, as they all require additional administrative support and requirements. And so that will form part of the report back with respect to the impact of these changes.
Last question. Anywhere in Bill 17 did it indicate that the province would be providing offsets or compensation to municipalities to move to this new format?
Through the chair, I can start. With respect to the administrative costs, foregone revenues, no. There was a commitment with respect to water and wastewater, I believe $400 million of funding. I'll just note in terms of magnitude, $400 million relative to the city's request on one project, which is the Woodward Wastewater Treatment Plant, which we've earmarked $100 million in federal and provincial funding support. So not dismissing the $400 million, but just wanting to flag that across Ontario, water and wastewater are significant infrastructure requirements that municipalities are taking on and requiring some additional support over and above what has been committed to by both levels of government.
So are you saying that that dollar figure was committed for the city or committed for the province? Because the way I understand, we're adding capacity to our water treatment, to our Woodward Sewer Treatment Plant. and a few other things down there that far and exceed $400 million.
Through the chair, $400 million provincially across the province.
Well, God bless them. Thank you.
Thank you. No further speakers to this item. I really appreciate staff doing that quick work to give us a summary, and that can help us think about these things and generate further questions when it comes time to landing. So moved by Councillor Beattie and seconded by Mayor Horvath to receive the verbal summary. A show of hands, please. Thank you. We're on to motions. Councillor Crutch, you have a motion, 9.1, activation of King William Street and downtown revitalization. And I would ask that you introduce your motion, please.
Thanks. It's moved by me, and I'm actually looking for a seconder because Councillor Huang, who's listed, oh, thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson will second it. Councillor Huang was originally listed, but she's not here today, so she can't second it. Thanks for that. And so my motion is to spend $200,000 up to an area rating funding to temporarily pedestrianize King William Street in downtown Hamilton, and to do something I think that, frankly, the community and most business owners I've spoken to have been asking for a very long time, which is to animate the space. So to provide lighting, and we've got that checked with the folks in our fire and emergency services to make sure that it meets the codes and requirements they have for operating vehicles down King William Street, to fabricate some street furniture. And I want to thank Peter Fortune for putting a lot of this together and been meeting with businesses, residents, getting feedback, working with them to make this happen. We kind of had two choices in front of us. One was to do this way, and have this pilot happen and pedestrianize the space and put the fabric together for this summer, or wait and do it next year. And so we're bringing it here now so we can get done in time for the season that's starting up on July. So the closure will be happening starting in July. It'll go through the warmer months, and then we're going to see if we can replicate this, keep some of these things as permanent infrastructure, and then hopefully talk about other ways to permanently pedestrianize, some of the spaces downtown. So for those who don't know, this connects to Gore Park, right? And there's other pedestrian spaces around here. And overall, the city has mobility goals to try and make our streets downtown safer for all road users. And so the goal here is to do that. This is a space where we installed the Woodgate last year. If you weren't there for that, it was a large, beautiful installation that operates as a way to close this street. And frankly, it's pretty ingenious because it doesn't require lots of excessive costs to do road closures on a regular basis. We can do these kinds of road closures now that art installation and functional installation is there, led by city staff. And so it's really wonderful that they're able to do this. It's coming together in a great way. So just really happy to support this work and to do this, something we've been asking for a long time. Part of a series, I think, you're going to see the rest of this term of council, and I hope well into the future, of initiatives to make our downtown more vibrant on a regular basis. What we've heard from many businesses is that we can't just do this based on events. It can't just be that it's good to come downtown when there's an event happening. We have to create a sense of that vibrancy, a sense of placemaking on a regular basis, and this is contributing to that. So highly supportive, so thankful for Peter doing this work because it's been on sort of my agenda, and I said to them, hey, we do have area rating funding we can dedicate to this. What can we do in the short term to do something this summer? And Peter came up with this idea, and I'm very thankful for his work.
Councillor Clark on the motion.
Just one question, and I honestly do not know the answer to it. That's why I'm asking. Is there a need for any access to businesses for drop-offs in the morning, for food delivery, things like that? I don't know the setup. I know we have lots of businesses in downtown their food deliveries are through the front door. Not sure who's going to answer that.
Certainly, to respond through the chair, Lisa Abbott, Director of Tourism and Culture. Great question. We have taken that into consideration. It is a partial closure, so it doesn't go all the way to the end of the street. In order to accommodate that, and we've had all of the businesses around the table to come up with a plan that they are all quite happy and supportive of. Thank you.
Super. That was my only caution. Thank you very much.
Councillor McMeekin.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I like the idea of pedestrianizing streets. It's interesting, we're really well behind the times here. In Sweden, about one big large cities there, about 1/3 of their streets are completely pedestrian with the provision for accessing stores and bicycles. And they paint the roads blue. That means it's a pedestrian placemaking space. And I really look, you can't do it everywhere, obviously, and out in my ward is so car dependent, it would be far more difficult. But I think there are strategic places in the city where that could be a real boon to tourism and event planning and a more strategic facilitation of economic and cultural activities that we on good days tend to crave around here. So thanks, Cameron Kretsch, for that. Makes sense. You usually make sense. You make sense again. Thanks.
Thank you. Again, I can say factually, with respect to our trip to Montreal last summer, that is a city that is forging ahead and seeing economic results for small business. Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much. I'm very supportive of the initiative and grateful to see it here. I have kind of, I guess, administrative type questions around the sole sourcing of these particular contractors in the motion. I don't think I've ever seen that before, and that's maybe just because I haven't been paying much attention. But how did these particular contractors get chosen? And I'm saying this because we've just had a conversation about sole sourcing in a different context, and I think it's important, transparency-wise, to get a sense of where these came from. So if I could ask them through you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, to the mover of the motion, where these suppliers, if you will, Ed's Concrete Products Limited, and the other one is called, if I can find it here, Classic Displays for Lighting. Get a sense of where that came from.
Thank you. Councillor Kretsch, can you answer that?
Sure, there's three groups here. One of them is a downtown Hamilton BIA. I think that's self-explanatory. But the other two, I think I'd refer to Manager Peter Fortune, who I think came prepared to speak to the specific item if it was raised. So if Manager Fortune's online, perhaps he could address specifically why these two vendors were chosen. I know the answer, but he knows it better than I do.
Hello, Manager Fortune. Thank you for joining us. Did you hear the question?
Indeed, I did. Thank you. And through the chair. So these particular vendors were selected because they have expertise in these unique functions, such as, for example, the Classic Displays. We need a vendor that can install and design and procure these specific elements, so that's street lighting. There aren't many contractors that do this sort of work where it's install, procurement, and design. We have looked at other vendors as well. We determined that these were likely the cheapest, as well as being local. That's part of their cost savings. And then the other part of this as well is that we need vendors that can do this in a very short timeline, as we're hoping to have this installed in July. So that's 3 months from now, and we need to have this install happen while the street is shut down so that we don't have to worry about road closure permits, sidewalk permits, the like. So that's why these were selected. For Ed's Concrete, that is likely going to be below $10,000 in terms of the services we're procuring. However, we selected Ed's Concrete because, again, they're local. Many of the other site furnishing suppliers are in Quebec, and so there's an added cost to that. As well, this is site furnishings that are used elsewhere in the city, so they're within the urban design guidelines of urban design for furniture. So if after this initiative has ended, we can take that furniture and give it to other departments within the city if need be, if we weren't to be repeating it, so it can still have added use as it fits the standard for that furniture. And that's why we selected these. And then the downtown BIA was selected because they have shut down this street before. So they have the relationship with the businesses and the knowledge of how to do so, and Book 7 training.
Thanks very much. Oh, sorry. Thanks very much through you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I guess I would just, I don't know what the urban design standards are for our street furniture, but I would really hope that we put some aesthetically pleasing street furniture in that space. It's a beautiful space, and any street furniture that we put in there, I would hope would be reflective of the caliber of that particular urban area. I'm putting my oar in the water when it comes to making sure that we have something beautiful and not something just functional. This is a refrain that that my council colleagues have probably heard many times from me, and I'm going to stay on it because it matters. The little things matter. What stuff looks like matters. I'm excited about it. I'm excited about the lighting. I think lighting is so fun and it's such a great animator. All we need to do is put some furniture in there that doesn't take into consideration the space that we're animating, that would then cast a pall upon everything. So I don't know whether there's any group or any particular I don't know, process for approval of what that furniture is going to look like. But I'm hopeful that that you're looking after that, whether it's the BIA, the councillor, or yourself. But I'm hoping that we have something quite lovely there. Thank you for this, Councillor Cretch. I very much appreciate it.
Councillor Spatafora.
Thank you, Chair. Fully supportive of the idea. I enjoy coming downtown. I'm a big fan of eating, so I spend a lot of time at a lot of our local restaurants. Yes, really. But I do have one question, and the mayor sort of piqued my interest on her question. So based on the conversation we just had with Barton and Tiffany, this meets the procurement policy, and I asked GM Zagaric just to confirm this would meet our procurement policy. We're not doing anything outside of our procurement policy. Through you, Chair.
Through the chair, this is in keeping with procurement policy in that staff are asking for committee and council's approval to proceed with single sourcing the procurements. So again, this is in keeping with the policy as it relates to process.
Okay, so we're going outside the policy and we need to approve to go outside the policy. Do I got that right?
Yeah. Through the chair, with respect to the less than 10,000, I think you heard staff reference that one of the engagements less than 10,000, and that does not require council approval. I'm assuming it's before council at a courtesy for council in terms of that vendor. With respect to the other procurement opportunities are requests for interest, requests for quotes, but if there is time sensitivity to the procurement, proceeding in this manner is an option.
Okay, so the reason we have to give the approval is because it's over 10,000 for a portion of it, and our policy wouldn't allow us to do it this way, but we have the authority to do it this way.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, it's been duly moved and seconded. Thank you, Manager Fortune, for the fulsome answers, and to GM Zagaric. It's up for your consideration. Vote is up. Thank you. That carries 10-1. It's always good when we have public art overseeing furniture. Thank you. We're on to notices of motion. 10.1. Councillor Spatafora, would you like to introduce it or just leave it as is? Speak to it?
Chair, I'm not going to read it out.
Thank you.
It's on the agenda. People can read it. The only thing I will say is that in the last paragraph on the notice, item B, you'll see that I made a mistake and I left out one thing. I need to add for clerks, hopefully you can do this for me, where it says excluding Hamilton Police Services, fire and paramedics, it should also include our 2 long-term care facilities as well. Thank you.
Elsie McCray, fully captured. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Stays as a notice. Councillor Tattison, I understand you have a notice as well?
I do, and I'd like to waive the rules to have it looked at and voted on today.
Okay, on behalf of your colleagues, may I ask the reason for you seeking to waive?
I first brought this issue forward to the city a couple months back. Negotiating the complexities of the shared asset with a nonprofit took longer time than I anticipated with various city departments. There was facilities, parks, finance, recreation, planning. Ultimately, after many emails, discussions, and phone calls, it fell to facilities and finance. There's an urgency for the Bimbrook Agriculture Society for this motion to pass. They have their next monthly meeting next Tuesday, so the BAS needs some reasonable assurances they can commence on coordinating with a vendor and getting this done this summer prior to the fair in early September. Most of the people that sit on this committee are volunteers and they are farmers. And it is planting season, so things are very busy for them. So there's not really calling another time for another meeting would be too late. So again, no one could have, and I know you're kind of in the dark on this, but no one could have anticipated how much damage the aging pavement sustained over the winter. So pre-planning for the 2025, again, for the 2026 Bimbrook Fair, it started last year, and this is part of that. So asking for everyone's support to waive the rules.
Thank you for offering that explanation and into the public record, Councillor. It's been, your seconder has been identified as Councillor Jackson. So.
Okay.
Thank you. Seeking support from your colleagues to waive the rules at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. That carries 11-0. Could you please proceed with your motion?
Okay, thank you. This is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Beattie. I'd like to thank Councillor Jackson for helping me get it to this point. City of Hamilton funding contribution for the construction and paving of the shared use parking lot at the Bimbrook Agriculture Society property, which is 2600 Highway 56 Bimbrook, Ward 11. Whereas the Bimbrook Agricultural Society, here on in to be known as BAS, and the city-owned Bimbrook Memorial Hall are both located at 2656 Bimbrook, Ontario. Whereas the BAS was established in 1854 and the Bimbrook Memorial Hall was constructed in 1920 and have a long history of cooperation and partnership on the property. Whereas there's a long-standing practice for shared use of the BAS parking lot that supports the users of the city-owned Bimbrook Memorial Hall and the adjacent outdoor amenities of 2 ball diamonds and a playground unity, a playground structure. Whereas the BAS parking lot requires continuous annual repair, and the past winter conditions and snow plowing have accelerated the degradation of the parking lot. Whereas the current condition of the parking lot poses a safety risk to the public. Whereas the Corporate Facilities Capital Program for parking lot management has been fully committed for 2025. Whereas the estimated total construction for the cost for the construction and paving of the parking lot is $260,000. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Hamilton contribute $130,000 towards the cost of construction and paving of the shared use BAS parking lot. That the City of Hamilton's contribution for the construction and paving for the shared use of the BAS parking lot be funded from the Ward 11 non-property tax revenue account, number 330-160-9611 of $85,000, and unallocated capital reserve 108020 $45,000 at an upset limit, including contingency not to exceed $130,000 be approved, and that the BAS will be the lead on the construction and paving project and provide the City of Hamilton all the necessary documentation at the completion of the construction. And that the general manager, public works, or designate be authorized and directed to approve and execute any and all requirements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor related to the funding contribution for the construction and paving of the BAS parking lot located at 2600 Highway 56, Bimbrook, Ontario. And if I may, Chair, I'll just speak quickly to this. We have a shared parking lot between the city and the BAS that's unsafe. It's need of repair and paving. I think the last paving occurred in 2011. So what I feel is this motion reflects a very fair and appropriate cordial relationship that currently exists between the city and the BAS. The motion reflects the shared responsibilities and shared community and city uses for this parking lot favorably. I'm asking that the city contribute 17%, the Ward 11 non-property tax revenue account will contribute 33%, and the BAS will contribute 50%. For me, when there are safety risk issues, which there are, and there are accessibility issues, which there are, the city should not hesitate. I feel we need to act. As a councillor, I'm hoping to commit the Ward 11 non-property tax revenue account. The BAS is contributing $130,000, and we are looking for that shared responsibility of 17% from the city. I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Are there any questions? Have at her.
Any speakers to the motion? Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Not a question on the outcome or even the expenditure, but just similarly, due diligence question is just if the breakdown of the funding sources could be explained, why the unallocated capital reserve was identified as a portion of the funds versus, entirely. We're, again, not trying to judge the answer, but just trying to understand the rationale for the split between the two city sources to get to the 50%. And wondering maybe what advice, I'll start with the councillor and then go to staff just to give him the beginning there.
Councillor Taddison?
Well, I would have committed more, but I've already committed some, and then I needed some extra to, we're doing another project in Mount Hope and Bimbrook where we're going to attempt to honor veterans with our city flag. So I pulled some of that cash back and I asked for that amount. Again, this is we are actually paving a city driveway and parking lot as well as the BAS. And when I say shared, it truly is a shared entity. So that's why I felt that the city could contribute. I would have asked for more from the city. Had I asked for next year, we were anticipating it next year. However, there was a worse than anticipated reaction to the pavement from the snow plows that clear the paving of the paved area. And so it needs to be done this year. And again, I said in my motion, it's safety and that's why.
Thank you, and I appreciate that answer. Maybe just seeing if there could be an additional answer from staff about the use of the unallocated capital reserve. Just getting a sense, is the pocket of money for ongoing needs? This is clearly a need that's been identified by the ward council. Just wondering what the implications are. It's not necessarily a substantive amount of money either, but just trying to understand what happens as a result of this.
Yep, for sure. Jim Zagarek.
Yeah. Through the chair, corporate services finance staff worked with our colleagues in corporate facilities. Staff recognize there is a need. Staff recognize the deficiency in the asset. In recognition that all of the corporate facilities block funding has been committed to date, there's no funding capacity to absorb this project. Therefore, working with the councillor, we identified the two options that are before committee with respect to the Ward 11 non-tax revenue account. If approved by committee and council, this would exhaust about 90% of the available funding in that account, leaving 10% to fund some additional Ward 11 priorities. And with respect to the unallocated capital, why staff are recommending unallocated capital, again, it is outside the capacity of the block funding for 2025, and recognizing it's a shared asset that both parties benefit and utilize from. For that reason, staff are recommending the unallocated capital reserve for the balance. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have a lot of questions about capital blocks for facilities, but that's outside the scope here. Supportive of the motion today, and thank the councillor for bringing it forward.
Thank you. There are no further speakers to the motion. It's been duly moved and seconded. An electronic vote, please. Councillor Francis, please. Thank you. That carries 11-0. It's moved by Councillor Francis and seconded by Councillor Jackson to adopt the confidential minutes of April 30th of this year. A show of hands, please. So moved. Okay. A mover and a seconder to go into closed. Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Jackson, to go into closed on the following. Pursuant to Section 9.3, subsections D, E, F, J, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and Section 2392, subsections D, E, F, J, K of the Ontario Municipal Act as amended on the subject, as the subject pertains to labor relations or employee negotiations, litigation, or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the city or a local board, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, or financial information that belongs to the municipality or local board and has monetary value or potential monetary value, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. An electronic vote is required. Please register. Oh, beg your pardon. If you can hold that vote, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I just wanted to make it known that I had some concerns about one of the items. I think it was 1.3 as to why it was going in camera. So I'll be raising those concerns in camera to try and get a better understanding why that's happening in the manner that it is. I think most of that can be public. Thank you.
This is with respect to 11.3 within the closed 1.3. Okay, thank you. On the e-vote, please. Thank you. That carries 11-0. Members of the public are advised that during the closed session portion of the meeting, the live stream will broadcast a closed session in progress screen. The broadcast will resume when the closed session portion of the meeting is complete. As we are now moving into closed session, I would ask all members of the public, delegates, and external participants to please now exit the WebEx meeting as well. Any staff that are not directly related to the closed session items are now asked to please exit the WebEx. Please, members of council, 8.7 of the procedural bylaw, the use of personal electronic devices during closed sessions is strictly prohibited. Thank you. I'll get Esther to do it. She's a marathoner. Good afternoon. It's the General Issues Committee of May 21st, 2025. We were in closed session. We're now in open session. Please note that while we were in closed session, a motion was approved to extend the meeting past its curfew until 6:30, but fortunately, we're here now. The time is 5:55. Okay, on 11.3, Red Hill Valley Parkway Design Review from Green Hill to King Street. It is moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Mayor Horvath, that staff be directed to redact legal advice from the Red Hill Valley Parkway Design Review from Green Hill Avenue to King Street and publicly release the report May 30th, 2025. Electronic vote, please. Councillor Jackson is voting in the affirmative, as is Councillor Francis. Thank you. That carries 9-0. 11.4, Procurement Authority. It's moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Francis. On the following, that the directions provide that the directions provided to staff in closed session respecting report CM 25003, Procurement Authority and Standardization be approved and remain confidential. B, that report CM 25003 respecting Procurement Authority and Standardization be approved, remain confidential, and C, that procurement be directed to include the negotiated awarded contract costs to the applicable quarterly status report for request for tenders and proposals. It's been duly moved and seconded. An electronic vote, please. Thank you. Oh, beg your pardon. That carries 9-0. 11.5, Labor Disruption Update, Hamilton Ontario Water Employees Association. It's moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson on the following. That the confidential presentation respecting Labor Disruption Update, Hamilton Ontario Water Employees Association be received and remain confidential. An electronic vote, please. Thank you. That carries 9-0. There's no further business before this body. Thank you for your time. We are adjourned. Thank you to staff for all your work in preparing and for your work today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Great job, Deputy Mayor. Steady hand.